Hey everybody, how you guys doing? Sorry for the delay. I had to fix something that got broken this morning. Uh, there we go. I don't know why I shrank, but it happened. All right, let's see what's going on. Still pretty flat, insanely low pre-market volume. Your volume's lower than Jamie's. That's rude. Turn it up, Mr. MOASS. Looking for Matt cores. You came to the wrong place. You just popped up on camera and my phone told me Matt Kors had gone live. That means you're subscribed to Matt Kors. Silver Reserve. If you see B of A is trying to offload 123 billion in debt, I heard. Can you fix the price while you're at it? We'll wait. No. Duck boofing enthusiast. He bought 3 shares of AMD by accident. He wanted to buy 3 shares of GME. What? I bought both, but good morning, Multi Bliss. $150 put. What's up, JC? I was Discord muted. I'm sorry, guys. Sorry for those of you listening. Good morning, everyone. I miss Jamie G. He's still in here. He hasn't left. We going up today? I'd like to. They say once you hit rock bottom, you know? And it really would appear that we have. God, this feels so familiar. I just have constant deja vu with this stock. And I don't know if it's just like bias because I watch it all the time or if there's like actually a repeat in things. So now I want to go back out and go look at this. We did. We just had a day where we were completely fucking flat, didn't we? Came back up. It was flat at 170. This day. This day reminds me of yesterday. Well, I hope this day repeats itself. This is nice. Okay. It's gonna leave me all the way back there in the past. Stupid. DD link is for yesterday. Oh, up here it is. All right, let me unpin that. I might have copied the wrong one. Yeah. Um. Yeah, I'm definitely not set up this morning at all. So sorry about that. All right, there we go. Should be good now. Expecting big things out of OBV today. No forgiveness, only fix. I will time you out, Taryn. I thought this was a Tesla stream. No. It was just an example of how to make money with Tesla stream. Speaking of Tesla, as a matter of fact, Tesla looking quite ripe. So it's like down here. I think Tesla's gonna bounce. How many days? Huh. Exponential floor guy threw in the towel. Fitting. Yeah, I did, Graham. Pretty much. Jimmy Jungle doesn't have a big enough following yet. Can you take a quick look at Spurt hype yesterday on Wall Street Bets? It's low, cheap right now. This is at least based on the analysis I did, this is close to like a good buy-in price for it. It should be picking up interest. Thanks, Joe. Today is T plus something, right? It's always a T plus something day. It is. What are your thoughts on Sava? Uh, it's still going up. The options are crazy expensive. Might hit 100. Might not. I don't really know any of the news about them or anything. I did not say to go all in on Spurt multi-bliss. I just said it's near the buy. It's like near its low. 340 end of day, end of the week is now looking realistic. Can I get your opinion on a revised timescale? Difficult to say. No, Silver, you can't. I don't know. I don't know how much money they're going to keep throwing at driving the price down. It's been a lot. I mean, an irresponsible amount of money is being used to drive the price down of this stock, which is trading, like 2 million volume a day at best. Do you have a bunch of shares to unhedge? Possibly. Depends on how many contracts were closed on Friday. Mr. MOASS. Do you look at Citadel's 13F? Is it out? If you've got it, Greg, DM it to me over on the Discord. I'll look at it. People are requesting to be a mod. I don't care. Shake our diamond hands, but we buy more. It's true. I mean, they're just making it cheaper for retail to get in, right? It's just that we're not the concern. They just don't want to cover. What's up, pseudonym? I don't know because I don't have the data from back then. Silver Reserve. Yeah, I don't think Citadel is gonna release their 13F till the last possible day. Three, 4 to under week seems the same amount of loading making 10, 15K contract. I mean, the current TA doesn't show 340 by the end of this week. It could happen, but currently not in the cards. So the Citadel 13F. I'm not sure. I think August 13th. I could be wrong on that. I think August 13th is the last day to have the 13Fs filed. Did you steal the volume for your perm? I mean, I was an unwilling participant in the perm. Tesla testing 720. Damn. I hate that you can't buy contracts in after hours. Options. These are kind of pricey. Might get some 740s then. What's the SPY doing? I have a feeling that the SPY is going to come down a bit at open. Is that 6 shots of espresso? It's 4. Any plays you're looking out for today? I mean, I'm watching Home Depot, which looks like it might be coming back up. I'm watching AMD still, which is not looking super great. Watching Spurt, watching Tesla. I might be watching Sava. I'm still not sure on that one. I'm watching GameStop, most importantly. Jimmy quarterly numbers, shouldn't they come out soon? I'm not sure what their earnings date is. I think it's in like September. I think it's Ethiopian, Terran. I did order some breakfast. Just check the theta value, J Dubs, on the contract. The theta will increase over time. I'd imagine right now it's very low. Yeah, nice, Terran. For some reason, I always imagine Kenneth Griffin eating like food from the 50s, like those jellos that had meat in them. I'm working on it. Yeah, I feel like he eats like things like ambrosia and Miracle Whip. Down. hard. Well, the previous bottom was at 151, so there's no volume. 145K. It's actually kind of a lot of volume for the last couple of weeks for this early. Or fresh WeBull? Well, they're pushing down super, super hard. Where are they getting these shares from? What point does Jamie come in to protect their shareholders? Like a knight in shining armor? Hmm. 150.69. All right. This is rough to watch. Doesn't it? Seems a bit excessive. But it looks like it's turning around. Guess they're using some of the market pressure. Maybe Majo. It looks like they might have picked some up too. Right here. Let me just switch this till I close these contracts. Your title is misleading. This is fucking YouTube, BW Lions. I mean, a month ago, we never thought we'd see 180 again, right, Silver? Yeah, big old short attack. When you start putting every video screenshot preview with you looking absolutely floored, like all the others, just like so shocked. I hate that. Oh shit. AMD gonna punch 110? Just did. New all-time high. Yeah, I remember the dips back in March too. They drop at $30. Those are great. Every time they did it, I would just buy calls, like weeklies, and the stock would rip immediately after. Pennant. It was kind of a bull flag, but AMD's looking good. I bought some 110s at open. Home Depot ripping, awesome. I have contracts for it, but they're not on this account. I didn't have enough money on here to buy them. It could be part of the S&P 400 move. But I don't know who has ETFs that doesn't already have GameStop. I don't even see that. Yeah, it says 110.51. Wait, no, that's where it's at now. Yeah, VIX takes a minute to update. Why am I banning Austin? I don't ban anyone, dude. I mean, AMD's manipulated. It's just manipulated in a different way. Well, we came back up above VWAP, so. All right. This is just a distraction. If you guys don't stop, I'm going to time all three of you out. Yeah, the floor is definitely not $40. That's silly. I wish I could double down my position, but no. I guess I couldn't double down, but I could add to it pretty significantly. No. My weekly TA still shows the hold on, let me look. It still shows the floor at 143.57 is the lowest. And this support, this like secondary support is at 150.40. If you guys want to take a look at that, I'll pop it up here. Is that it? Nope, that's the wrong one. Hold on. So this is today. We're right here on this lower trend right now. That's the VWAP weighted to the run up in February. So from the day before the run up to now, the average price is 178.68. How is Epic Pen not showing up? There. But yeah, we're right on that lower support. So we look fine. I'm not worried about it. This was expected in a way. Not ideal, but expected. AMD using 0.72's app. Why does that surprise you? Stop dating Reddit real quick, guys. Some people, guys, try to remember when you're talking with the other people in chat or engaging with this community, be a little more flexible in your judgments of people. All right. I know you all think you're fucking Gordon Gecko, but let me tell you, nobody is immune to market psychology. In fact, they've done studies on psychopaths and they're not immune to it. So just try to be civil. If someone pisses you off, walk away from the chat. You don't need to say something about it. I know it's the internet and you're all used to being a bunch of big trolls, but try to avoid it if possible. If not for anyone, just do it for me. Look how they massacred my boy. It's okay, he'll come back. Thanks, Smoother. Can GameStop give us free popcorn at least? No, they don't want you guys hanging out inside the GameStops all day. Mm, don't like this. God damn it. Market cipher buy signal on GME. I didn't. Ivan. Uh, I want to see if they invested in puts, if any. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'd have to wait a second, though. I'm nearing my risk for this. Yeah, absolutely, J Money. Thank you for the donation, man. Ugh. Fuck. Alright. That was stinky. Spy coming down. Activision, yeah, Activision just dropped below 80, right? That's significant, actually. Next resistance is at $80. Next resistance is at like 74, 75. $10.69. Jimmy down to buy back the 200,000 shares they borrowed and they haven't bought back yet. Yeah, they still have to buy those. Or they just, add them to the already insanely massive short position. Okay, yeah. Spy puts works too. Spurt on the daily. Let's take a look. Yeah, it looks like it's starting to form the handle. So it could dip as low as like 5. It may not though. It may just rocket. It's a very unpredictable stock. AMD taking a Kramer dump. It's coming down. Oh, we just broke through VWAP. Richard, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. We'll see you on the moon too, man. A bit late. What have I missed? Not much. We went down, going back up. You know. Activision puts for $75 end of week. And if the market turns around, Activision will too. Ah, crap. Tesla got a price target of 855. 500,000 shares about Troy would probably be pretty significant. Seems like volume's starting to pick. It's becoming more volatile. They're driving it down near its floor, Luca. And that brings in interest. What's the floor? The support today is at 150.40, but the floor is down at like 143. 157 is a really strong support too. How do you work out the floor? Long-term resistance, Matthew. This one actually the 150.41 doesn't really have that much support, but it has a bit. The short hedge funds don't have a way out, Carlos. Why does everyone keep asking that? There's no way out. What about an underwater short position is so hard to understand? The only way out is to buy the stock. Buying the stock drives the price up, which makes it even harder to get the rest of the position out, affecting a squeeze. I mean, is GameStop going to go out of business? No, right? So then it's going to short squeeze. There's only two possible exits. What if making Carl a mod was the catalyst? It's not. Yeah, absolutely, Nick. Welcome to the stream, man. Options for SPXS has two different options for September. Do you know what the difference is? One was pre-split and one was post. So the amount of underlying shares for the option is different. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Jungle is massive. They just mitigate personal losses and make sure that the insurance and the DTCC are bag holders. I'm sure they'll pay themselves massive bonuses this quarter before the shit hits the fan so they can transfer as much of that wealth over their personal accounts as possible. Puts on Carl. Espresso moist. Is there any possible price at which Citadel could try and cover and survive? No. Definitely nowhere near here, right? I mean, maybe if they could get it back down to like $5 a share. I mean, you guys got to understand that the bid ask spread is super wide. I mean, the ask, like, the order book only has like it has under 1,000 shares between here and 156. How many months do you see the short hedge funds kicking the can? Doesn't matter. As long as they feasibly can, Mr. 2Aniac. It could be, but I mean, like most of the ETFs that it's leaving on the S&P 400, it's just going to that same company's ETF on the or it's leaving on the S&P 600, sorry. It's going to the same company on the S&P 400. So it's still like BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street. Like not that much is changing, right? How long does the price need to stay under the support before it's no longer considered a support? So supports and resistances don't really work as like a strict level, right? They're more, think of it more as like a planet, right? And it has a gravitational pull. I've explained this before, but so the stock will be drawn in to the support when it's below and drawn down to the support when it's above. But it can move around the support, right? Like it's not just going to stay at the support perfectly. Sometimes it does, but not always. Of course they do. They're hedge funds. Treasury may run out of funds as early as Labor Day. Yeah, I saw that post. Well, that's the thing, Michael Fassbender's carrot soup recipe is that they do, right? Like they're incentivized to cheat. Do you see retail holding for millions a share, or is hundreds of thousands more realistic? I don't think it matters what retail holds for. How big is that black hole gravitational field at the 20 million price point? Uh, Probably not as strong. Hence, way more volatility. Thanks, Moist. Jimmy's directly on top of the trend line I drew on Friday last week. I believe it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. Yeah. That's the weirdest thing is like this week, like instead of just like pointing out like the bullish breakout points, which is normally what I do in my TA, I showed you guys like the possible like downside, right? And we're like well within that range. And so I don't like if you're freaking out right now, I just assume that you didn't read the DD at all. 1072 watching and under 500 likes. If you guys could hit the like, it's a huge help for the channel. Or fucking don't. But don't hang out here and watch then. If you don't like it, leave. Go do something else with your time. You assumed we could read. That's why I make a video, multi-blues. There's literally an audio and video representation of the DD as well. Just in case you can't. For apes that can't read good. I mean, I'm assuming you can read multi-blues because you just wrote a sentence and used punctuation in it. I assume you can read words. And you want to be a mod, Carl? You do a puppet show, DD. I'm angry as I see my losses are piling up. At this rate, I see GME going at 110 by end of the week. It seems like no one cares how consistently GME is going down on a daily basis. No. Just you, Hassan. Stop whining about it. It'll go back up. People whined about it in fucking March, too, and April. And then it went back up, and then everyone was like, oh my god, this is amazing. And then it went down, and people were like, oh, it's so sad. I'm losing money. Then sell. Yeah, someone else will buy your shares. If you want to be a paper-handed bitch, it's on. Paper hand Portnoy. This is the dip to redeem your losses. Yeah, you think they'd be spending billions of dollars to bring the price of the stock down for no reason? That's absurd. Why would they fucking bother if they didn't have to? If you can't think about it from the bull side, try to consider the bear side. Oh yeah, I haven't looked at the options chain yet, have I? Uh, 4.7 million in the money puts. 2.4 million in calls, slightly out of the money. Basically all puts. Few calls, but not many. Who will enforce the covering? Their lenders. Because if they don't cover, then their lenders have to. That's how margin works. What do you think about Vlad selling off 275 million? No, it's just how IPOs work, except Vlad can stop his customers from selling. Believe me, if every IPO ever could stop their customers on IPO day from selling shares, they'd be a lot richer. You show how you would use order book as a reference during MOASS. I wouldn't. Thoughts on DPZ? None. Looks weak. Looks like it's coming back down to like 520. What do you think about all the AMs off topic or anyway? Music rec for slow work morning? I got nothing for you, man. What do you think about all the AMC apes out there? Will there be time? Will there come time come, or do you think they are misled? I want everyone to profit, but realize that's not possible. I think they're misled, uh, completely in every way. I feel bad for him, but I also don't give a shit. Native Engineer, thank you so much for coming along, Johnson, man. I appreciate the membership, dude. Was that not market manipulation to stop his customers from selling while selling himself? It is. But did he let him buy in during the IPO, before, like, pre-IPO? Was part of that buy-in a contract that they had a release date? If that's the case, then it's probably within the bounds of the law. I know you're not a fan of Chamath stocks, but you've got to admit 19 million FTDs in one day in July for Clove is quite something. That's nice. What is the program you use to chart or trade? I use a few, but the one I'm using on the stream right now is WeBull. And there's a link down below if you want to check it out. It's free. You don't have to create an account or anything. You're down 250K? That's nothing. Buy more. Average down. Is there a chance the market crashes that we crash with it instead of MOASS? No. For a bit, yeah. I mean, if the market actually crashes, like there's an actual crash and sell off, GameStop will drop. It'll drop harder than it's dropped from anything else. But if you hold, there will be upside. Carl, don't say things like that. This is absolutely not true. What are you starting the gherkin IPO? What do I don't have a company. What do I sell? Stock information? Everyone's just being fucking whiny today again, like yesterday, because the stock's down. If you're that worried about a market crash, hedge your position, right? Yeah, it's very likely that a market crash would cause MOASS. That a bear market wipes out day traders. What's your take on this? I don't see why people can't still profit. You can. You just have to be much more careful in a bear market. Most day traders can only trade the up, right? Like, most of the traders I know can't trade bearish momentum. So they're all bulls for the most part. And yeah, so a lot of them get wiped out in a bear market. Spurt down below 650. Okay. So we think it's in a cup and handle. So it can retrace back to like 50% of its high. Lars Sonson, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate that. If you hit me up on the Discord, I'll get you all set up with the country club membership. If you want to try to do it yourself, you have to link your YouTube and your Discord account. And the instructions are in the announcements channel. But thank you. I appreciate the support, man. What do you make of the theory that the price is being suppressed to stop GME from going to the S&P 500? It seems silly. GME has to, they have to beat earnings this quarter. They'd also have to get voted in to what is considered a pretty, by what is considered a pretty corrupt board. And they have more than enough reasons. I mean, it's not going to get in anyway due to its illiquidity. Which would you prefer, market crash causing MOASS or MOASS causing market crash? Oh, definitely MOASS causing market crash. Are they exclusive? Hard to say. Who's in charge of morale with Hand Banana and Grizzled Primate absent? Me. What the fuck? Hood ripping? Yeah, why not? It's an IPO. It's going to be volatile. They make money, don't they? I don't think any of the accusations against Robinhood were they don't make money. And since that's what the market gives a shit about, not how you feel about them. Any advice on getting a Jerry curl wave tomorrow? You inspired me. I've got nothing. Mine wasn't even done that well. Find someone who's good at doing it. Was the cup and handle on Spurt on the one day? Yeah, it is. I'm out of dip funds. Well, enjoy the rest of the ride then. A lot of people here think our sentiment equals public sentiment. They do. They do. It's ridiculous. If I got you 10 people on the street and I was like, do you guys know what GameStop is? I guarantee half of them wouldn't even know about the existence of the store. Um, Four of them wouldn't know anything about the stock. And then one guy would be like, oh, didn't that short squeeze in January? Literally didn't know what GameStop was. That's also true, Silver Reserve. You have to remember that most people have never even owned a stock. Like definitely the majority of Americans have never owned a stock. Maybe 40% have, but 38% of those have only ever owned one through like a 401k. Step up, please. And neither of them knew a single thing about what's going on right now. Did you do just got pushed from Amazon to work at GameStop? That's cool. I feel like it's not too hard to poach Amazon's talent. I've known people who worked there in like development and logistics who just were always looking for a job somewhere else. Or get paid and compared it to a woman suing Coca-Cola. At that point, I knew he was an idiot and ignored him. Yes, well, that's not. I wouldn't say it's coming back hard. It came back $1. VIX up 20. It's up 4%. It's going up. Stop. I can't help it, Graham. Everyone's boring me with their negative sentiment. All the market's red. Sava going up like crazy. That's cool. Assume, Victor, that there's a reason I'm not in it. Do you want to hear about this 30% inflation? How much did they spend this AM? It was like almost 10 million. Interesting, Greg. Was the high IV call option play worth it? Like a guy with 960 Cs on Wall Street bets likely to fail or succeed? I mean, he bought those like they're huge leaps. So if GME runs, they will go up and he will make money. But yeah, he's only playing the IV. Or MOASS, right? He's playing Ivy or MOASS. Remember when it took us all day to get to the current volume? I do, Jay Fresh. All right, one sec, guys. I gotta use the restroom real fast. Do, do, do. And I'm back. Hello. What did I miss? I bet his water got shut off. What a weird thing to bet. Um, Dan's tried to coup. They're getting restless. Can you make an audio clip of the cat saying "Oh Long Johnson" and hit it every time a real one takes off? I feel like it's been a little while since we've had a Long Johnson. Sava ripping. Cool. You guys keep bringing up Sava, but this is not a concern of mine. The time to be in on Sava was here, or here rather, and now it's too late. The ship has sailed. So if you're in on it, I hope you do well and make a lot of money. But I also don't care about it. I went in on 71. Awesome. Don't get rug pulled, because it is a volatile stock. Will you be buying back into spurt when it bottoms out? Probably. What color Lambo am I getting? I'm not getting a Lambo. My pants are ripping. Could you check that out? It's too late for Jimmy too. It's in the same basket as per Burry. How? Obviously not in the same basket. Jimmy's sitting at 150, down 5% today. And Sava's up 15%. Have you seen the thing AMCCO is pushing? You have to log in with your broker. It's connected to 0.72. Cool. Figures. What do you think? Adam Aaron was a good guy. Sold my AMD calls for a modest gain because I always figure the best entry point. Maybe more if I trusted myself. Yeah. You'll learn. Wow. Home Depot up decently today, actually. AMD coming back. Expenditure on their options plays the last few weeks has brought the margin call price down, or they made it up elsewhere. Might have brought it down. It's hard to say. Like, there's no way of knowing any of that, so there's no point in focusing on it, right? If the price goes up and continues to go up, it'll at some point reach a level where they get margin called. Where that level is, I don't know. But trying to estimate it or predict it is a fool's errand. It's a waste of time because you never will be able to. Where do you think the next resistance levels are for Activision? 75, 74? Yeah. Now I imagine it bounced when the market did. A little bit. Yeah. Have it out here on the daily. It could go all the way back down to 75. I think that's probably the low. I don't think it's going to go down here to like the 60s. Although, you never know. They are getting a lot of bad press. Do you know if I may or can be a little woo-woo because sometimes when I work, there's elderly people that even go as far, even as close, and then I upload it all and it's all good. Well, thank you, Pickle Juice. I appreciate that lightening of the mood. But the things you write never make sense. Jimmy earnings forecast released 46.72% increase compared to the same quarter last year. Awesome. I've been shilling Halo Infinite for the past couple months. Thoughts on a dead revival of the series? Revival of the Dead series? I don't know. You're welcome, Dr. K. I've learned today that it takes only one bad trade to ruin the day's gain. Yep. Yeah, you could lose everything you made in a day on your next trade. That's why just be really strict with your risk, Cicerone. Yesterday, I thought 172.50 options were reasonable. Yesterday. What's up, Vecna? Did you hit that dislike? Has anyone really been far even as decided? What the fuck? Does GME and AMC moving together have anything to do with them being part of swaps? Like credit default swaps? Is that what you're talking about? Average now or don't matter? What do you think? I mean, yeah, if you can lower your average and you're bullish on the stock, this presents an opportunity to do it. So if you're long, guys, if you're long on a stock, right, and you waited for an entry, right, like say the stock was trading and your entry is here, and the stock dipped to your entry, right, and you bought in. That's like where you wanted to go long on the stock. You're bullish on it. You have a good analysis of it, and the stock goes up, and it goes up, and it goes up, and then it comes back down and hits your entry again, right? Now, at this point, you have two decisions you can make. You can get the fuck out, or if you're still bullish on the stock, you buy more. And then, I mean, ideally the stock goes back up. But this is how you move into positions in long-term investments, right? Shills are heavy today. Already 10 dislikes. Whatever. One of them's from Vecna. She's a bitch. I don't know. Vecna, are you a bitch? A little bit. Do you even own GameStop? Are you like Rick of Spades? There was a DD or two that ran around recently talking about how short hedge funds were hiding shorts and swaps, so they didn't technically have to be on their books. I'm sure there's a lot of ways to hide them. They still have to be covered, right? Someone still lent them. That's the deal here. Is there someone else on the other side of that short sale? That's what puts the clock on them. 12 dislikes now. Is Vecna Rick of Spades? Maybe. Which would also mean Vecna is Matt Cores. Ooh, I have DD right. Do you like ducks? Thanks, Tony Tran. Classic dislike, pump and dump. Whatever. Wouldn't the lender avoid taking action since they would go under too? The lender doesn't go under. The broker dealer could. And then the clearinghouse. Gates divorce finalized. Bill has hedged his wealth for the crash. I am now 1 week clear of 0 DTA options. I hope to get my coin soon. Awesome. Oh, I see what you're saying. There's no rewards for that. But I'm happy for you. I'm glad you're able to avoid your gambling addiction. Just trying to find an explanation for it. And them both being credit default swaps made sense. At least the way it was explained. I'm smooth. That's why I asked for wrinkly brain. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but I guess it's possible. I'd have to look into the. I don't think so. As a default swap doesn't have like a generally have an underlying asset attached to it, but I'll try to figure it out. Jamie G lost it all going short on CX. You never short CX. Any progress or validation on your secret DD? No, nothing's happened. Nothing that I'm looking for has happened yet. There's time for it, though. What do you mean, total return swap? Oh, okay. That makes a little more sense than a CDS. I'm not a banker, though, so I'd have to look some things up to confirm that. Can shorts cover with synthetic shares? No. No. I need some good news. We'll be green someday. We will. We were green for a little bit yesterday, towards the end of the day. CX is a solid business with concrete foundations. All right, for sure, Jacob. Should look into ETFs, Monkey Danja. Jay Fresh prediction today. It doesn't matter. He was wrong yesterday. How would you allocate your 401k if you thought there was a market crash, recession coming? Um, fuck, I have no idea. I assume that you can only invest it with mutual funds, right? I don't really know that much about 401ks. I've never had one. But if you have to go through mutual funds, I would look for like consumer necessities, um, things like food, agriculture. Those always do well in high inflation or depressed economies. Grocery stores. I don't know if there's a fund for that, but there probably is. Apple looking confused today? Probably. That's because of this. What's going on here? Is now the time to buy in on my Home Depot options? It might be. Kind of missed the window on that. Hmm. I'll just keep the ones I have. I don't want to buy anymore. We were at this same price like a week ago. Literally a week ago. So is it right to say a broker dealer has liability because they directly handle the lender's transaction as an escrow agent? Yes. Also, they're responsible for the locate. Probably a lot, Graham. I don't know how many. I wouldn't even try to estimate that. A shitload. There probably haven't been any like real shares available since mid-April, except for the share offering. So if someone's wrong, they aren't useful, right? Gherkin has been wrong nearly as often as Elliott Wave. I have not. You take that back, Deep Insider. What about ETFs? My 401k not allow investment in MM funds. If the shorting of GME threatens it being able to move into the S&P 500, there's no way they'd just sit on their hands and do nothing, right? I don't think it's threatening it entering the S&P 500. I don't think GameStop is going to enter the S&P 500 anytime soon. It's not like the Russell, right? It's not like, oh, it reached this value, it can go in. They can turn it down on the grounds of its volatility, on its illiquidity. I know 4 people reached out to me yesterday that it was taking between 10 and 30 minutes in Europe to fill an order on GSC2 or GCS2, which is interesting. Have you read the Megacorp DD? No. Nick, thank you so much for coming to Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate the membership, man. Hit me up if you need me to get you added over to the Dillionaire Country Club. And thank you for the support, dude. Welcome to the new boys. Of course they are. New York City now requiring proof of vaccine to dine indoors. What a time to be alive. They should just not let people dine indoors. I'll do the membership, but I'm not around on Saturday for your weekly picks, etc. Is the info that you discussed on the Saturday stream with scanners available after the stream anywhere? I don't actually talk about any of my picks outside of the Discord. The Saturday stream is more of like just like a more personalized like Q&A session, Iron Porter. And those are also available immediately after the stream to watch whenever people want to. But yeah, all the scanners and things like that are in the Discord. Very restricted. Yeah, I'm pretty hard behind on chat. Locate, what does that mean? They're responsible for finding a real share uh, to provide for the share they allowed to be borrowed or created. Down your quality to 720p. It should already be there. I think I have it set for the. Yeah, it's like set on ultra low latency. If you're having an issue, it may be YouTube. Just try refreshing. GS2C, yeah. No, I didn't see the BBEMGDD. J Money. Your weekly video has a banging intro. Well done. Thanks. You haven't read the Megacorp's DD, but have you read Crayons' new DD? Also no. Did he write another one? Do you still expect market makers to buy back today? I mean, today is the day that they have to buy back for all closed contracts from Friday. How many contracts were closed on Friday? I have no idea. But if it was a lot, we will see them buying back. The Tuesday before last, we saw that occur. I suspect they will try to prevent that from happening again. So they will exit their contracts more slowly to spread out that buy pressure. Slow dip is a smart play. You know, a minute for the long haul, but the last few weeks of constant red days have been tough. I've just not checked it nearly as much and stayed off Superstock. It's a good way to handle it. I like watching the stock, but I totally understand that sentiment. I'm new to Discord, but want to join the Billionaires channel. Is there an invite you need to send me? No, you can go to the announcements channel, Timothy. And if you go under pinned messages on the top right, the instructions are in there. Is this the sixth time we were bouncing off 150? No, I don't think so. Oh, you mean like today? 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the fifth. I try to keep it in as real time as possible. They really want it under 150, but don't want to have to fight the volume. Yeah, it'll be interesting. They're kind of fucked, right? This is definitely, I mean, they're definitely nearing or at that point I was like talking about all through last week and in the DD, where like buy pressure and like where these are like colliding. And you can see that yesterday and today. They're being squeezed. The noose is tightening. Use whatever metaphor you want. This should be pretty exciting to people, I think. I'm excited about it. No, the pattern with the ADX thing fell apart. To be fair, it only had 2 previous occurrences, right? the S&P inclusion happen today, tonight, or intraday tomorrow? I'm not sure. Is there any significance in regards to TA and the fact that we're bouncing between one standard deviation, both above and below it? No. It's just cost basis, Dr. Toboggan, where people are willing to buy more. Can that explain the wave patterns we're seeing? Yeah, a little bit. AMC is slipping 33. Interesting. Robert Bell Prestige, and he has a mild mannered twin. That would explain the moody rants on certain days. I wish I had a twin. I'd get more sleep. But I mean, you can only be down so much, right? Like, if all of retail's cost basis is between 198 and 162, no one's down more than like $30 a share. If I was a whale, I wouldn't care about this. There's places to make money with less risk. Nokia has been my best stock for weeks. AMC will bounce on 31. It might. Probably because I spend too much time answering people's questions on the internet, honestly. AMD bounced off VWAP. Nice. What's your favorite question to get repeatedly asked? None of them? Well, I noticed that AMC was falling and GME is flat. Full of everyone buying PS5s from the GME Rewards exclusive. A gentle water landing. What is a whale defined as? Hundreds of millions of dollars in free capital, I guess. How the mechanics of the squeeze change when the synthetics are covered and only the true float is left to cover. That's probably when we'd see our peaks, HA. I haven't heard you talk about the big DD you're working on for a bit. Still on track. Still waiting on data. Yeah, Mr. Finch. Puts or ETF shorting or both today, in your opinion? Oh, both every day, Ryan. Partially. Also, better liquidity. You don't pay for theta. There's a lot of reasons. I mean, like, the same reasons you would go long on GME instead of buying options, right? What's your opinion of the cheese bank on a long-term as a long-term investment? It's probably decent. I'd get in on it. Am I tired? I'm not that tired, HA, but thank you. I appreciate the donation, man. I might grab another coffee in a minute though. Technically. I'm tempted to take out a mortgage just to get the maximum membership. Carl, if you buy it and the payment goes through, I'll make you a mod. You can't infinitely short every day. There is a limit. And they're going to test it. Please don't do that. Has anyone in the States been kicked out of your house yet? No, of course not. What are you streaming on? My computer? What are you watching me on? How much is the Pontiff membership? $250,000 a month, Daycare. They're still building it. But parts of it get rolled, yeah. If Kyle wishes he could be the money, I'll dump it in GME for him. I don't mind. Of course, a computer. Well, I don't know what you're fucking asking me then, eh? So that both Adam, Aaron, and Kramer are from Philly. I live in a city of shills. I need to get out. Oh yeah, guys, don't forget, we're doing like a thing with that guy this week. Houston Wade, the space rock dude. I know nothing about him, but people have warned me about things. Either MOASS is coming or bad pizza. Yeah, I see it. It's right there. No, wait. There it is. Please don't. Houston Wade is the biggest fraud. Why? Doesn't he own GameStop? How's it any different than talking to you? We're doing a thing with a guy this week. He messaged me on Twitter. Hashtag no homo. I mean, I didn't say that, right? You'll just have to tune in and find out. See how it goes. I've never met him. Except Patreon is $400 a month, to each their own. What do you get? I mean, Pigeon Whale is $100 a month. They essentially just get a chat room that's visible to the public. And the VWAP membership is 250 grand a month, so yeah. I have the more expensive membership options. I don't think he has anything of value to add. That's possible. I have a question which was remembered by something you said earlier. So AAZS is pretty much a small pharmaceutical company, a historical target. It's got some similar cyclical movement as GMA. Okay. But what's the question? You didn't ask a question. You just made a statement. Average Joe, you take that back. You little bag of moon rocks. That's kind of cool. Observe as we chat among the plebs. That's false, Ray Houston's Patreon. Okay. I don't care what his Patreon is. It's not like I'm signing up for it. GME doing a thing? Is it? I guess. Houston's OnlyFans is cheaper. To each their own. I'm not gonna sell my body at those low prices. Full disclosure, it will be terrible. Might be my last donation. I won't have a job by Friday, but it's a relief. Hope the rocket ignites during the next months. Anyway, I'd like to thank you for everything once again. Thank you, Luke. I appreciate that, man. I'm sorry to hear about your job, dude. I mean, hopefully, yeah, we moon soon. Everyone complaining about this guest acting like they will not be here watching as soon as it starts anyway. I know, right? Well, maybe he can teach me about starting a space mining company, and I can teach him about how to create levels for his Patreon. Matt Kors should do something with Rick of Spades. Oh, wait. If we hit 136.50 on 511, looks like we're breaking down. Maybe that's the floor. I don't know. I don't think so. Do you know what the chat is going to be about? I have no idea. I'm not planning anything. I'm not writing questions. Just probably talk about GameStop, I guess. Oh, precious metals and helium-3. Have you considered what it would do for stream morale to come on dressed like a Viking? No. Give someone advice on setting up a stream? I'm not qualified. How low can they take this? We're about to find out. Is he a Redditor? He's worried we're running out of helium. It's all being used for kids' birthdays. It's true. I don't know. Fuck it. Why not? Randomized. Something to do. Wait, don't you live in Scotland, Graham? All right, William Wallace. Moving on. Weekly DD, the low for today is 143. Is that correct? Yeah, 143 is the possible low. I'd love to see you wash Dave Lauer's hair in the bathtub. Tried to order some balloons. Told me no dice. Interesting. It's not tomorrow. Titty titty bang bang. Hey, oh, titty titty bang bang, titty titty bang bang. Love songs too. Oh. Okay. Clearly bull memes are not supporting the stock. The only solution is for Pi-Fi to bring a live bull on camera. That's not happening. Doesn't GameStop's YouTube show you how to set up a stream? I don't know, do they? Who thought strategies on Moderna stock? Nah. Bullish or bearish tomorrow? I mean, I feel bullish every day. I felt really good looking at myself in the mirror this morning and saying, look how this diamond hand ape is going to keep holding. Damn straight, Johnny. Okay, well, I'm not washing Dave Lauer's hair in the bathtub. Do you have any reason to be nervous? No. Can we sew Ken Griffin into a bear suit? That was a weird movie. And not good. It was just weird and not good. So, how much? So much for 75% chance of going up. Doesn't matter if price is wrong. Oh, I mean, the 75% chance of going up still means there was a chance that we trade sideways or go down, right? Also, not over yet. We still have to exceed 5% of the bottom of the double bottom, which is at 151. So 143. Yeah, around there. Right around 143.50. Great job, Kirk. Thanks for all you do. Thanks, Graham. Appreciate it, man. I have a question for you Scottish people. Did you guys get kind of screwed? Like, you had a vote for independence and then you turned it down and then Brexit? How do you feel about that? Do you feel like Britain, is it Britain? Do you feel as you've been as if you've been fucked? Like you got tricked? Do people just really not understand probability that much? I don't think people understand percentages very well, let alone probability. Scottish people are real? Yes, Carl. I'm English and I feel like I got tricked. I'm really concerned that with Brexit, like the troubles are gonna like start again, right? In Ireland or Northern Ireland, because doesn't Brexit fuck up like the Good Friday agreements? Scottish people invent Scotch tape. I love how we could talk about political shit from other countries, just not the U.S. I feel like Stefan is being lazy. Ugh, fine. As long as we don't bring up fractions, I'll be all right. No troubles in Ireland. Yeah, but Northern Ireland's not. Here comes the union. I've seen Dairy Girls. If when United Ireland vote, then troubles, MOASS troubles. Hmm. Yeah, as far as I understood it, Ireland is in the EU. And then I don't know how it's fucking shaped, but Northern Ireland is part of the UK. And so, as part of Brexit, the border would be locked, which is a violation of the Good Friday agreements. I don't know if they're agreements, peace accords. Well, I stick to VWAP. I don't like using EMA. I mean, the announcement of entering would probably have the effect that is desired on the price. Ooh, AMD doing a rip. Nice. Huh. I'll take it. Ah, yes, Ireland, well known for being acorn shaped. Well, I just ask about it because it's interesting. I mean, I'm pretty sure that like there's still like a lot of people alive that lived through all of that, right? And there's also probably it's not like the IRA is gone, right? You draw a daddy pickle yelling at a mommy pickle, and pickle children are crying. What if AMD rips to 150 and catapults Jimmy to the moon? If AMD rips to 150, I'm selling some of my AMD. And I'll probably buy more GameStop with it, so I remember, so I lived in England from, let's see, what was it, 92 to 95? So I remember that shit going on when I was like a little kid there in school. I remember hearing about it on the news and stuff, but and I was never directly affected by it, obviously. I made a cool $2 on my AMD. I'd imagine you could probably pickle anything you want, Austinadium. Blizzard president J. Allen Brack is leaving the company. Bearish or bullish? I mean, based on the way they've run it for the last 10 years, I'd say pretty bullish. Are you out of spurt or buying back in? I mean, I'm looking for a low in the cup before I buy back in. I don't think I ever visited Wales. Transferred money into my trade account. This drop allowed me to buy 2 more shares. Awesome. If Vlad diamond handed Jamie. Imagine if Vlad is just super pissed from being used as the scapegoat for all the shit that went down in January. And he just he throws all that money into GameStop. How would you guys feel about him then? That's a good question. I want to ask the whole chat. What if he's just tired of being the little boy from Bulgaria being stepped on by the big players on Wall Street and he's going to fight back now? I would forgive him. Is he allowed to do that, though? I mean, I don't know. I just think it'd be funny. Because now he's the rogue element, right? The company's publicly traded now. He's out from whoever's thumb he's under or was under. Maybe he just goes rogue on Citadel. Kenny the Vlad, you are the chosen one. Who's Vlad? He's the CEO of Robinhood. He's the guy you cut off trading. It wouldn't be insider trading. He's not buying Robinhood, right? Imagine if Vlad buys GME on Robinhood and his shares get auto sold at 1K. That would be the perfect, right? So Vlad buys in, starts MOASS, and then Robinhood auto sells him out of his position at $1,000. When collab stream with Roaring Kitty? It's never gonna happen, I don't think. I'd love it to. Then I realized that it wasn't a coincidence him and DFE look alike. 29% of his revenues come from Citadel alone. I don't know they would bite the hand. Yeah, but they're cutting off PFOF, right? So, like, does he give a shit about Citadel anymore? Is that Stefan? I mean, you guys should know what jobs that your members are working on. That's not my responsibility to tell you, Pickle Union President. I'm liking the stream today. Thanks, Seven Kicks. See, Pickles, thank you so much for upgrading to Dillionaire, man. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream's over. How would we be trading off insider info? If you know someone's short position, that's not inside trading. Not unless you were somehow tied to that entity. Like, you'd have to be like an executive at Citadel who knew about Citadel's short position and then trade on that information. But, if Citadel's doing a bunch of illegal shit and you notice it and then you bet against them, that's not insider trading. What do you think are the advantages and disadvantages of DFV's investment style? I mean, it's an investment platform, so it's really not what I do, right? Like, I'm a trader and he's more of like a long-term value investor. I don't really think there's any disadvantages. I mean, I guess people would say a lack of diversification would be a disadvantage of that investment style, but I disagree with that. I don't think it's great unless you have another source of income. If you have another source of income, like, value investing's a great thing to do. Like, if you have a job or a profession and that's what you do with your time, like, it's hard to trade. You don't have like time to manage positions. But it's definitely different than what I do in trading. Trading is about building your capital. Value investing is about building wealth, right? So you're taking your capital and letting it grow somewhere. We thank you for employing Stefan. He got hit with a lot of bills last night. You've now allowed him to pay to feed his 43 children. His feed a few up. Well, thank you, Pickle Union President. Still not confirmed that this is, in fact, Stefan. Hashtag I stand with Stefan. If my union was having negotiation troubles and there was a strike coming up and I wanted to bet against the company, would that be insider trading? If you're an employee, yeah. If you're still an employee or working under a contract, I'm sure it's outlined in your employment contract. It's a Shy Johnson. The fuck? Value investing while selling super out of the money call seems good. I mean, it doesn't have to be super out of the money, but yeah, that's a way to do it. Especially if like IV kicks up on the thing you're invested in. What's AMD doing? Stop bouncing back, you cunt. What? Why? SPY. Oh, we have a stock booster pack that we can open. If you guys want to do that. AMD ripped. Just looks like ripped with the SPY. Huh. And volume's just kind of low on everything today. I noticed people stopped mentioning Sava. Interesting. Where is the low on this? It's getting there. Oop. CX up a little bit today. 2% again. It's Stephen Rich. Yes, loot crates. Incoming. All right, hold on. Claim. Chrome. There we go. So we got GNW, 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 GNW. Oh, more GNW. And then OPK. Awesome. I hate Genworth Financial with a passion. CX takeover. Dude, I've been getting so much GNW lately. Diversifying from concrete? I don't think so. Breaking my NDA. Not breaking an NDA. I don't have any NDAs. Cement is the future. I mean, I've sold pretty much all the CX they've given me. I'm not going to hold on to that. There is... Where's Don Pepino? Don Pepino heavily invested in concrete. Is GNW the health supplement place? I don't know what they do. I think they're like Genworth Financial, and they are a they provide mortgage insurance products. U.S. mortgage, life insurance, runoff, corporate, and other. They insure prime mortgages. So it probably just means that, like, the housing market's going to fail and that stock's going to tank. So was the WeBull sponsored stock loot box opening video? I know GNC is the health supplement company. My hand is stuck in this pickle jar. Stepbrother, help me. Ew. Would you expect to see us get into the 200s again? I don't know. As soon as we bounce. Is AMD halted? No. It's only up 2%. Is it still ripping? Yes. It's the only saving grace for today for me. I guess I'm up on Home Depot. Not much, though. What do I have? I have 330s. I have August 20th, 330s for Home Depot. What do you think of September 17th, 108 puts on MBB? What does this track? Benchmark US MBS Treasury. Puts. What date did you say? September 17th? I mean, they're cheap as hell. Is that resistance? It could come down. I greatly appreciate you ceasing your hostile takeover attempts of my wonderful concrete company. The stress of losing my job to your briny board management style was keeping me up at night. It's ridiculous. I don't know if Sava will rip again, man. It's a Wall Street bets like pump and dump. One gig of flash graphene and 100 grams of concrete increases strength by 100%. Or 1 gram of... Okay. Gary Gensler speaks in 15 minutes. Cool. My full IRA didn't put a dent in the price. I don't know if there's net buying or net selling Flavor Cat. I haven't, like, cared enough to go do the math. It's not, I mean, even if it, like, no matter what it is, it's not that many shares difference. Gave you permission to start MOASS without me. Well, we wanted to make sure everyone was here secure. You've been busy lately, man. I haven't seen you around as much. What's Gary Gensler talking about? I have no idea. What happened to Upstart? It was 300 on open and then it just plummeted. I don't know. See if there's some news on it. Is it worth streaming Gary? Probably not. Slammed at work. For sure, man. Yeah, I just don't want to deal with all the ETFs and the possible moves. And then you got to like speculate on who's going to just transfer shares, who's buying, who's selling. So even if you did like perfect math on it, you could still be wrong. And then you gotta like you'd have to like dig into like mutual funds that track the 400 mid cap. It's just too much shit. I'll just wait and see what happens on the chart, right? GG talking about how he wants to enter the rap game and how to boost derivatives. I don't want to. Go stream it yourself, Stefan. It just sounds so fucking. I'd rather watch the stock chop at 150 than listen to any politician. Rumor has it Gensler is stealing Girk's MOASS button and plans to push it. No one stole my MOASS button, alright? It's right there. Can we make this a CX stream? No, we can't, Ryan Cohen. GG will say liftoff. He's just gonna talk about he's only been there for 8 weeks or whatever. I'm not pressing the button. I'm putting the button away. Just press the button. GG will announce he's got a Twitter account now. 10 weeks. We're like, I don't know. I've been here 10 weeks. I need to get some more water. We're coming back up. GG's opening statement commence MOASS. That's not gonna happen. GME needs to stay above 170.52 for the S&P. It's not going to get into the S&P 500. The odds of it getting in are super, super slim. God, I wish people would stop talking about that. First of all, it doesn't meet all the criteria currently. Second of all, even if it did meet all the criteria, there's no way Standard & Poor's board would allow it in. Thanks, Dangerous Dan. Are you talking about Pickles picks? The title of the stream is false advertising. I mean, is it? We've bounced on this, like, basically the same resistance like 20 times today. What'll happen first? S&P 500, NFT dividend, or a non-flat OBV? None of those. They're all fake news. GG announces he's Rick of Spades, followed by his first live performance. That would be amazing. And totally invalidate my current DD, but I'd be okay with it. Haven't you heard the S&P 500 isn't happening because GME is creating their own exchange? Gotta have that YouTube clickbait though. I'm not very good at the clickbait titles. All right, so if I nailed a clickbait title today, you guys should be proud of me. You're doing a DD on Rick Spade's true identity? Yeah, sort of. Except I already know who he is. I just need to prove it. Is Rick of Spades a possible shill? How? He doesn't own the stock. He is neither short nor long. And that's what got me thinking. Who else doesn't own the stock? Other YouTubers. Maybe it's Andrew Mo Money. He does like giving treats to things. You've been baiting me for a month now, let's be honest here. So the rule of Sam on the top two held size and reserves a little interesting. It's kind of interesting, Stu. It's not. I'd recognize him from the video. Uncle Booth. No one cares about your opinion, David Alexander Catman. GG declare 27th September as Star MOASS. Evictions will have kicked in and the Fed will be out of money. Also, politicians will just be back to blame each other. So you can go back to watching Pornhub. I mean, if Rick of Spades is Vlad Tenev, then someone's about to buy $275 million worth of GameStop. Is Spurt 829C still a good call or not? Just reading through a bunch of the Dillionaire stuff and wondering if I should still get in on that or wait till next Monday to catch up on that. I mean, I'm waiting for a low in that cup and handle. He can't even hold people accountable. He can't file criminal charges. He can just report criminal activity to people that do. Honestly, that would be the best plot twist ever. Bruce wasn't a day trader. He was a fund manager. Fully 6 million volume on 1 minute candle just now. Interesting. How can Citadel's loss be 163 billion if they manage 39 billion in capital for partners? You were talking about Citadel, the hedge fund. Citadel, the market maker, has 243 billion under management. Interesting theory, Ben Shaft. I want to be a fund manager. They may not be able to, Silver Reserve. They also most likely have no idea what's going on or care. You guys all need to stop assuming that everyone knows about this or that really anyone besides us cares. This is how apes view GME. Treasury, S&P, Fed. And this is how the rest of the world views GME. Stop that. You act like every Citadel investor even knows what the hell's going on here. To a point, Flaming Cat. Depends on their contract with their investors. GMF gonna run. It just, the Epic Pen just didn't write the extra line, okay? It's not like it's the best program. Don't get all hyped up all of a sudden. It was obviously GameStop. Yeah, Burry did. Would you wait for the morning dip to buy tomorrow, or you think it's risky? It doesn't matter when you buy. We're at like 150 right now. This is an excellent cost basis. I have a coworker who has been invested in AMD for years. He was asking questions if he should continue to hold long or if the price may stagnate or fall after earnings hype dies down. Thoughts? I mean, I'm not selling any of mine, and I bought in 2018. Secure. So, I mean, I've sold some over time, but I'm not selling any currently. I think that they look great moving forward, and they're still super undervalued. And it's not like Lisa Sue's going to put out like bad earnings, right? She's just going to keep making more and more money. And they upped their forward-looking earnings prospectus by like 10%. So I'm pretty bullish on them. Can I borrow 50K? No. I became a zillionaire yesterday after market. Oh, thank you so much for the membership. Sigh of relief. Can I go about getting the Discord link? It's in the announcements channel. Oh, the link is in the description to join the Discord. And then the instructions for linking your YouTube and the Discord are in the announcements channel. But you can DM me over on the Discord if you can't figure it out, and I'll help you set up after the stream. Thank you so much, though. I appreciate the support. Who's paper handing? Yeah, no one. No one's paper handing, Bull Maya. Calm down. TSMC has begun a 2 nanometer for processors. AMD has a design advantage over Intel on using it. Yeah. I mean, AMD. I feel like AMD at this point should be nearly equal value to Intel. Like maybe not fully, but pretty close. And their like server side sales are through the roof over the last quarter. So they're doing like a lot more with like infrastructure instead of just like PC. Intel's going to die? I don't know about that. Intel's still sitting on a big fat pile of cash. And they have, contracts all over the place. Yeah, but AMD is getting some of Intel's market share, which is amazing for them. x86 is dying. Bro, quit lying to the apes. About what, Randy Pineda? Anyone types apes in capital letters screams shill. Who the fuck is this guy? What are you bitching about, Randy? Randy Bobandy. If you were to refer yourself to yourself as an ape, you've been badly influenced. AMD bought a FPGA company. Use your words, Randy. Randy was behind the dumpster at the bowling alley looking for cheeseburgers again. He just doesn't know that the good money is behind the Wendy's. Sick and tired of fake hype? Well, then sell your fucking stock and get the fuck out, man. No one likes you. No one cares about your opinion or you being sad that you're down or, you're not feeling bullish today. Yeah, all of us will buy your shares. How many you got? Like 5? 6? I'll buy them right now. Dick. All right, I'm gonna get some more water, guys. Don't cyberbully Randy too hard while I'm gone. For those of you listening in, 149.90, still just sideways. All right, I'm back, everybody. Well, your dreams didn't come true, Dr. K. Sorry to inform you. You take a quick look at Tesla and hope it bounces. It looks like it did on 700. Interesting drop for today on it, though. The low is like, it could fall back to like that support trend. Though I don't really like that. Prefer there. Check out the 4 hour. You have to be careful with Tesla. It's a tricky stock. So, it had a double top. It could, like, it looks like it's bouncing, but it could come down to back down to like a little below 7. You know what? It kind of just bounced right there. So it looks like a solid bounce. It'll either do a triple top or it'll come up above 725 this time. I might buy some more right now, actually. How much are the weeklies? Options. Calls. 725 are priced pretty good. Buy one of this for tomorrow. We'll see what happens. Hey, where'd my pickle go? There he is. Hmm. That's nice. About some 725s. Randy tried to eat your pickle while you were gone? That's messed up. I had a chest CT for a cough. Isn't cancer, but I was a smoker. I've published paper and a PDF for the price effects around adding a stock to the S&P 400 from some study. Post it in Discord. Oh, I saw that. I don't... Have you ever, or would you ever buy puts on GME? I have. I did for a long time. I bought them, I mean, way out of the money. This was back in like, after the big dip in March, I started buying them at like $100. Just in case they flash crashed it again. But they never did. And then sometime around beginning of June, I just stopped buying them. It was like a hedge. That way, if they flash crashed it, I could sell them and then buy more GameStop on the dip. But it became more and more apparent that their ability to flash crash the stock was no longer there. And so wasting money buying them just seemed like a waste. Kotaku is reporting that Blizzard is losing Overwatch sponsors. I don't think that matters that much. If they're newly bought puts being hedged is creating downward pressure, wouldn't these shares be bought back when puts expire? Yes. Lord Mustard. Which is what we saw happen a couple Tuesdays ago, is that they closed a ton of contracts on Friday. And then on Tuesday, they had to cover that gamma exposure. You think, thanks for the detailed answer. I think a flash crash in this price of 150 is possible. I don't think they can flash crash it anymore. Or they would have tried. Like, the action we saw this morning is about as much as they can do nowadays. Like this. Like $7, $10. They don't have the ability to drop it hundreds of dollars anymore. I mean, technically, there's no shares in existence, right? So they can only use synthetic shorts, and those aren't as easy to get. It's harder to get, like, a lot of them at once. Do they have to buy into the S&P 400 today? I have no idea. I don't think so. Well, I mean, if something big happens with the S&P 400, it's going to happen towards the end of the day. And in, like, the beginning of after hours. Why do your candles look different? I'm using Heiken Ashi candlesticks. David Ruby, you can change your candlestick type in the top left corner on WeBull. Hood ticker ran to $44 same time as GME went down. Check the correlation between the two. No, because there isn't one. Well, not only they're limited in their ability to crash within the money puts because of the limited quantity, it's not as effective, right, as like selling 100 shares short, because like they're not going to fully hedge. Like if they buy a 150 put right now,
they're not going to hedge 100 shares, right? They're supposed to, but they're not going to. So they have to buy like a 200, which is much more expensive to get them to hedge the full 100 shares. So they have to buy them like deep in the money. It can't just be like a little bit in the money. And the price, I mean, the price between these two contracts is significant, right? And there's fewer of these available. So if they buy like a 150, the market maker might hedge like some shares, but not a lot, right? They might hedge like 10%. So they have to buy really deep in the money calls, and they're really expensive. Whereas, like, when you short, you don't spend capital, right? So you borrow, you give collateral, and then you sell the shares, and you get a credit. So if you shorted right now, you'd get 150 credit per share sold short, right? I shouldn't put C there because that makes it look like a call. You get a credit. As opposed to buying a put where you're just, out $6,000 for the one contract. How much are two? They've been buying a lot of 200 puts today. 200 puts are 48, 50. The mid price is like 5,000. 5,600. So for one put, it's $5,000. $5,600, right? And if they were to short 100 shares, they would have 15,000 credit. So this is why shorting is more beneficial for driving the price down, right? Because then they can use this credit. They could then use that credit to get like 3 options, right? But because they're just doing it all through options, it's just cost. Is it true that retail purchases of less than 100 shares don't affect the price? I mean, they do, but they come in blocks of 100, generally. Depends on your broker. It's a program that you link your brokerage to so it can get a verified share count by all who use it. It's spamming on the AMC sub. Yeah, the short volume per day has increased since we got added to the Russell 1000, but it's not due to Russell 1000 ETFs. Is that crazy? It's pretty crazy how oversold we are right now. Gensler did not lay out when the SEC will take further action on crypto, saying other big issues such as GameStop saga were occupying the market's watchdog. Interesting. Past week or so have been way less shares available to borrow. Is that related? Yeah. That has to do with the illiquidity, right? And like also there's just no one's lending out shares. There's no more shares to lend, right? Yeah, I don't trust Adam Aaron at all. It's just a waiting game. You can mentally tune out, set an alert, do whatever you got to do to like keep yourself. I mean, whatever you guys need to do to keep yourselves mentally healthy. Like, I don't care if I lose viewership to you guys just walking away and doing what you need to do to like stay stable while dealing with this. But it is a waiting game, right? If you like watching the stock do fucking fuck all day, like I do, awesome. If you don't, walk away, man. Just walk away, be with your family, do your job, do whatever you need to do, set an alert, and when it triggers, come back. We'll be here waiting. Does price action have to do with anything? Any of the 540? Okay. So I don't know what the hell. Those 540,000 puts were reported on March 31st, right? They are not on currently on the open interest. These are gone. God damn it. Keep deleting my pickle. No. Stefan. Lamar MM is Citadel. They're the DMM for GameStop on NYSE. Lower their gamma RAM down to 155 yet. Let's see. No, it looks like it's about at 170. They may not feel that they need to buy lower than that. Aren't short hedge funds getting deep discounts by shorting ETFs before jumping to the 400? Possibly. I don't know. Are S&P 600 ETFs like way down? I think it's gonna rip. Look at spiders. See, these don't really have like big options chains or like any open interest, right? It's another one GameStop's on. 600. Where's iShares? Small cap growth. Small cap value. Growth. There's really no open interest on any of these. So I don't think they're actively shorting those ETFs at least. Clip that as relationship advice. Thanks, Carl. I appreciate the support, dude. Once an hour to see if anything interesting happened. Yeah. What alerts would you set so you know when to come back? Curious, like 200? Yeah, like 180, 200. I don't know. It depends on how, like, do you only want to come back and look at the stock for MOASS? Then I'd set it at like 350. If you want to come back and look at it when it breaks 200, then 200. or 180. I feel like PiFi actually cares about my well-being, or I just don't want to answer shilly questions all day about people that are sad about the stock being down. Could be both. Value Finance now picked up the T-Mobile dumping at Activision. Yeah, and yet Activision sideways. There's just some love on the down days. It's not only giving us TA, but also acting as your personal psychologist. That's what I want to avoid, though, J-Tubs. I think Mini will paper hand. Too long staring at. Well, no, I don't. Only the people that I actually think fewer people will paper hand, right? So if you, the people paper handing at 350 are people that bought nearer at 350, right? And we've already tested it twice, right? So if they were going to get out, they probably got out here and here. And so the idea is that there will be fewer this time. And then we can punch through, right? Ooh, look at this ascending scallop. This is what I'm talking about. Buy my stock. Buy it. Buy it all. God, I wish I didn't buy these AMC puts today. I was going to run with Jimmy. Motherfucker. Oh, well. Yeah, it looks like we found our floor. I thought we'd found it yesterday at around 157, like right here, because they spent $5 million and we just stayed, they spent $5 million on in the money puts yesterday around like 130, and we just stayed flat. Like it didn't dip the price at all. And that was kind of interesting. And so I'd assumed that we'd found our floor at like 155, but then they got this action this morning that drove it down a bit more. I guess they found some shares to short overnight. It looks like at least on that initial dip, they hit some stop losses based on that like volume spike in the middle of the dip. Maybe on this one too. But for every down, there will be an up. Company's not going out of business, and it's still, you know, significantly more than the float short. So, what's the best trade you've ever made? Best or most exciting day of trading? I mean, last week was pretty nuts. I was up like 500% on Activision. I made, I think it was like 400%, a little over 400% on AMD. And I think on Tesla, I was up like 230%. So, yeah, last week was pretty nuts. Quick day trade question. Got lucky on an Amazon call. Now in the money. 550C. Is there 3? Oh, 3,500. Is there room to recover further, or is this a good time to cash 60% at the money? I'll take a look at it for you. Ooh, nice. You're 550, so you're up like 2,500. Let's see. I mean, Amazon's got some room. You got some resistance at 3,400. Maybe a little at 3,375, like right now. So I'd be watching it pretty closely, but it looks like it's punching through. This looks bullish. Like the momentum is still continuing. So you've got room all the way up to like 3,400, and then I'd watch for a test there. Lot of ground to gain back on that. What was your best day trade? Best trade that you ever made, or best most exciting day of trading? I mean, January was pretty nuts, right? I had $12 game, or no, wait, hold on. I had 12 and $25 GME calls going into the run up in January. So that was a crazy day. I would say that was probably the most I've ever made in one day. I think, yeah. Can you make a self-flagellation pickle? I know, Sally. That's how I feel. Is it's just like I want MOASS and all that, but I almost just don't care because like what's going on is just so interesting to me. Like I care if MOASS happens, obviously, but I mean the ride is just so fun. That's what gets my tits jacked in the morning. We need a tweet from DFV. For every Dan, there will be a Chad. MMD hedging. If Citadel is the DMM. Okay, so just because Citadel is the DMM doesn't mean that they have all the options on GameStop, right? It also, yeah, it does appear that Citadel is not appropriate. Like they are favoring. Okay, so this is a bit speculative. I wanna say that before I go into it. But it does currently appear that they are more heavily hedging puts. because based on some of our end of day action, it looks like when calls are being exercised, they aren't appropriately hedged. And they have some leeway with this because if the trend is down, right, like it makes more sense to more heavily hedge puts. But end of day every day, as options are being exercised and contracts are being moved out of, we're seeing these like big volume spikes in like the first few minutes of after hours, which is odd, right? Like 10% of the volume for the day coming in on like the first two candles of after hours. It's speculative though. I have no proof, obviously, of their hedging. It's just something I've been thinking about, I guess. Could you do a quick assessment of Pinterest chart? I don't like this company. Looks like bounce. Why did they tank? Does anybody know why they tanked? Jesus. It's got some range down to like 53, but it could bounce. You could see it. And the next resistance is at 60. And then we're looking at 60, 62, 65, 75, 80. I mean, if it bounces, it's got a lot of range, but there's still room for some downside on it. It does look like it should bounce, though. I don't know what the sell-off was from. Oh, that's right. Yeah, they said they had fewer users. So that's like a death sentence for social media. Anytime they have a down user quarter, it's always super bad for them. So I don't know, like I wouldn't have a lot of faith unless they start having some like positive statements come out in the press. It could chop along that like $50 level for a while. Yeah, no problem, goat. Yeah, Jimmy share is worth more than an Apple share. Yeah, right. It's pretty cool. I mean, no, but yeah. No, Danky Kang. Nothing as of yet. Intraday ascending triangle? Probably not. No, it just bounced on 77. It's chopping, I imagine. It's not really moving up with the market, which is interesting. Oh, that's a nice bounce on Home Depot. Interesting. Tesla failing the test again. God, I wish I got that at 1701. Would have been such a deal. The market is just ripping like crazy. What the fuck is going on with this thing? Uh, for 41.80. AMD's Up so much. Holy shit.
What book got you started with TA? I mean, a book isn't really what got me started with TA, but the first book that I was told to look at and that I tell everyone to look at is Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets by John J. Murphy. Crime. Okay, Jesus Christ. Hood is not a bad investment. They make a shitload of money. They have very low overhead. Hood should be up. Yes, the insiders are going to sell because it's an IPO. Stop talking about Hood. For every one of you that don't use it to invest, 5 people do. Go look at Wall Street Bets if you need proof of the number of people that use Hood, because more than half of the screenshots come from that app. It's super easy to use, and they have a great UI. It's like the Apple of investing, all right? The product is complete shit, but people will buy it anyway because it looks good. But I don't want them to succeed. No one cares about it. The market doesn't care if you like them or not. Why doesn't the market care about me? Because the market's not a democracy. Where are the 1K likes? I don't think I'm getting them today. I've been pretty pissy. Abusive relationship. I just want people to know like the truth of it, right? Like it's not going to die because apes don't like it. It's a solid company. They make insane profits. They have shown their willingness to the corporate world to completely fuck over retail investors at a moment's notice, and that has value to a lot of people. If PFOF gets banned, they'll just charge commissions. They'll charge people 10 cents per trade, and people will still use the app. Kathy Wood bought Hood, so I'll pass. I mean, she's not always right, but she's a smart lady.
Yeah, if you don't like Robinhood, don't buy their stock, but that doesn't mean other people aren't going to, or the stock won't go up. It doesn't mean that it's like they weren't going to IPO and just be like shorted out of existence or pushed to zero because they fucked over some retail investors. Most of the market is institutional investment capital, and they hate retail investors. So why wouldn't you think that Hood would rip? Kathy Wood also had to buy Hood. She has a ETF that tracks fintech, and Robinhood is fintech. Daily update on my 5 new Kia shares, up over $7 on my way to fire. Thanks, Skodo. Saying earlier we found our floor. Can you elaborate? I was just joining. I mean, they don't seem to be able to push us below, significantly below one like 150. Right? Like look at VWAP for the day. It's flat. How's the spurt handle doing? It's still dipping. 50% retracement is possible, right? So if we look at spurt, I'm gonna go over this once so I don't have to answer this question anymore. I warned people in the Dillionaire chat that this is a very like GME type play, right? There's a lot of fuckery going on. There's a lot of market manipulation. But we could see it like retrace back down to here. Why does it do that? God, that's annoying. Before coming back up. So it could hit as low as like $3 before bouncing. The interesting thing about this is that they have a float of what is their free float? It's crazy low. 15.2 million shares. And a ton of open interest. So it may retrace here at like $6, but it could dip lower. It could dip to like 5 potentially. Any lower than that, and I'd probably just like not be interested in the cup and handle anymore. Like theoretically, 150 is the breaking point on GME's cup and handle. Cup and handles have a lot of range on the handle part. I just don't like them after they fall below a certain level. I've been missing an AirPod for 3 days now. I didn't swallow it while asleep. Anyone have advice on how to find it? Can you elaborate on your comments about Simone Biles? I didn't. Oh, that apparently. So apparently that article was, um, like satire, but I only read the first paragraph and then moved on with my life, so I had no idea. But I also don't watch the Olympics, so I don't know who she is or anything about her. Mobiles has the twisties? I don't know what that is. I don't even know what she looks like. I don't know shit about Olympians or sports people of any sort because I don't care. AMC holders have to take basically all of the content that is made for GME and adopt it for their own. Are they stealing your whale teeth, Peanuts? Have your whale teeth been stolen? Let me know. I'll do what I can to help you out. I'll use my tiny amount of influence to push for you to be the whale teeth guy. Because I know you care. If you're into gymnastics, she's basically... Why would I be into gymnastics? What a weird thing to be into. It's so fringe. Unless you're just like checking out high school girls, and that's just weird. I'm always pissy. I'm allowed to be. It's my stream. Imagine Girk at 70. What makes you happy, Girk? Money. Money, winning. Uh, that's about it. Definitely not wasting my time watching other people play sports or do sports. I hate it when the Olympics come up because everyone's like, oh man, did you see pole vaulting last night? And I'm like, when the fuck have you ever cared about pole vaulting? Tiger blood, yes. Charlie Sheen was a prophet. If Charlie Sheen owned GameStop, he'd be diamond handed as fuck, probably because he'd forget he owned it. But I don't gamble. Dilma. What's your opinion on relish? Is it still considered a pickle? Relish is a travesty and horrific for pickles. Imagine if someone was like, hey, here's some ground up people. That'd make you uncomfortable, right? Well, that's how pickles feel about relish. Do you want me to send you a Kenny Maya video I made that might make you feel violated? Sure, man. Sounds like it's a way to mix sports and losing money. First of all, here's the big, why the fuck are you people still watching television? It's 2021. Shouldn't even own a television. Why do you think they're so cheap? Yeah, a CEO who accepts an all stock comp package just has to deal with whatever the market price is. I mean, the idea is that they would bring the market price up through their actions. That's the incentive to being paid a stock comp package as a CEO. Watching movies. I mean, Musk did it with Tesla. Made him rich, right? That's insane to me. VWAP disciple. You seem to know everything. Can you explain how a knuckleball works? I don't know that much about it. I know physicists have analyzed it, though. Let's keep butts touching going. I'll tell you what the top 10 richest people in the world don't do. Watch the fucking Olympics. You get a little spicier every day. Do I? It's true. The richest people pay people to touch butts? Probably. Drop it in briefly to say hodl. Have patience and hit that like. Gherk, appreciate you. Thanks, Hartley. All right, listen, Dan. Billionaires spending billions of dollars to go into space is not a vanity project. It means they're running away. They're trying to escape. I'm concerned with it. Other people should be too. Why are all the billionaires trying to go to space? I fucking wonder. Maybe because they've ruined the planet and they know it. I'm sure space mining. That's what they're concerned with. No, they're trying to get the fuck out of here. This is not a fad. It's not a vanity project. Yeah, they'll be space mining from their home on the fucking moon. Yeah, but that just makes that just makes gold and platinum worth less, right? If they fucking lasso some asteroid that's 50% platinum and pull it into Earth's orbit, that's gonna tank the price of platinum, right? If they can figure out how to mine that. The thing about rare metals that makes them valuable is that they're rare. If you suddenly have a planet of rare metal, like a near Earth object of rare metal floating around the planet, all of a sudden that metal's not worth as much, right? Unless you control access. It's not even access for diamonds. That's just De Beers fucking marketing the shit out of them as being valuable, even though they're pretty common. Price to obtain metal. If you have to go to space to get it, there's a cost which would keep the price up there, even if it were more abundant. It would still be lower than it is now, right? What did diamonds do for computing? Don't they use them for quantum computing or something? Would you mind explaining exactly what the MACD measures? It's the moving average convergence divergence. It measures volume and volatility in an asset over a time scale. It's an oscillator, but it's a trailing one. You could also Google that, Taryn. Yeah, AMD's just going to the moon. Well, it crossed 110 solidly, right? And so now you're seeing that gamma ramp getting hedged. I'm excited. I hope it hits 120. I have a bunch of AMD, so I'm pretty stoked on this. I kind of wish I was writing some options on it, but at the same time, I don't really care. I have enough shares, I guess. I made good money on the options on it last week too, and yesterday. It could, yeah, Gopnik. It could hit 120. I mean, it's already at all-time highs, right? So it could just keep running. Those are a lot of big birds. What's an average? Uh, what do you think about puts? I don't play earnings, not directly. So like, if a stock is moving into earnings, I'll generally be out before earnings. Do you expect their earnings to be bad, Dr. K? Do you have any reason for the bearish sentiment besides, you know, the sexual harassment stuff in the news and their union busting behaviors? I think if AMD hits 120, I might consider selling some of my position. It sure as shit doesn't look like it's stopping. Looking good. Ooh, what's Tesla doing? Still looks poop. Still poop for the day. No. Yeah, then why bet? That's just like gambling and assumption, right? Yeah, if their earnings are bad, that'll, you know, couple with the negative sentiment in the media and you could see some downtrend tomorrow, but you could also buy into that downtrend tomorrow, right? Also, if you're playing options like puts, like the implied volatility is going to increase into earnings, and then you're going to get IV crushed on the other side. Volume coming on spurt and price going up, but is it going up significantly enough? Yes. Okay, so now I might buy some of these. Sevens are looking pretty good. Spurt, 2, 3, 4. This order. Yeah, buy. Cool. do, 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 do. What are your thoughts on TXG? Thanks for all you do. X Genomics? Is this an ETF? Technology company? Analytical systems. I mean, they're like a biotech company. I don't know anything about them. Looks like they're testing resistance right now at like 178. It has some like room to move to the upside. The trend looks good. I mean, I'd look for a bounce, I guess. It doesn't. It looks like it's gonna fail though. I don't know. Maybe a bounce off the low resistance at like 170. How hard is Spurt running? Oh shit. This motherfucker's gonna print. That'd be awesome. I think GME executive management feels that they're all accepted 100% stock compensation package and all of their positions are already underwater. I mean, probably not great, but I'm sure that they're sitting on plenty of like forward-looking announcements that they expect will raise the price of the stock, right? They have a shitload of money. They're not going to sit on their hands forever. It's a good reason to not be worried about where the price is right now. It's a piece 600 selling its shares to rebalance. I don't know. I'm grasping at straws. Yeah, you are. Most of the stock from most of the move from the 600 to the 400 is like priced in. It's going to be like transfers between like the big ETF holders like BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, and those are just going to be moved to their 400 funds, right? You'll see some buying and selling, but it's going to be minimal. I got an order for 52 shares at 149.49. My final YOLO before I'm all in. Let's see if it hits. Awesome, man. I mean, it looks like you hit, right? Or no, you're a few cents off. It might. Or might not. It's roughly 7.2% SI on AMD. Is that enough pressure? It is, yeah, to squeeze. That's interesting. Not a big squeeze, not coarse, but yeah. I mean, it's up enough that a squeeze is possible. I'm sure the shorts are bailing like crazy though. How significant is that GME is going? It's not that. It doesn't matter that much. It's not like an S&P 500 move. I mean, it's moving from small to mid cap, which is, it's now a mid cap company. But the Russell 1000 already confirmed that sentiment, right? So no moon, no pressure from anywhere. No, that's not true, Deep Insider. Why are you always so fucking negative, man? God. Every time you have a comment, it's just like some no moon, the stock's gonna max out at $1,000. There's pressure. There's pressure from the shorts. Why don't people understand that shorts have to cover? What is it about that concept that's so it's just not that out there. I don't get it. 107 million volume on AMD. Yep. And still running. I think people don't believe shorts have to cover because the system is so corrupt. But it's also the corruption that forces them to cover, right? Someone lent them those shares. Those people aren't just going to let them have their money forever. And when they call back those shares, it's over. The shorts can kick it down the road and push it, but eventually they can't anymore. It's not like an infinite game. They can't just they can't just do this forever, right? It costs more and more and more. And in the last 3 weeks, even more than it cost before, right? It's a compounding loss. People who do not take a chance never get ahead. That's true. So hold, yeah. It's true. I mean, if anything, the fact that they're spending this much money to bring the price down. This is not like a common thing. There's not like shorts aren't out in the market trying to drive the price of thriving businesses into the ground, right? Like maybe dying ones. This costs them a shitload of money. This is not cheap. There's a reason they're doing it. It's because they have to. There's no profit made in shorting the stock like this. Can you look at Activision options on your secret machine? Stop trying to play Activision, Dr. K. It's over. The money to be made is gone. There may be more on the other side of earnings, but don't get in on earnings right now. It's a stupid bet. You're just FOMOing at this point. The money to be made was when it was trading at its normal price points and it tanked. I guess most people thought short hedge funds were just going to give up. That's the stupidest fucking thing ever, though. Like, why would they give up? Just because you're willing to give up doesn't mean they are, right? That is definitely not how you win this game. You fucking hold on to your stock for dear life because they will try everything to part you from it. And I mean everything. Nice, Ani. And they wouldn't try it if it didn't fucking work, now would they? It works. This boredom and desperation, this works. This I mean, imagine how many people own GameStop that aren't in this stream talking about this right now. That just don't know. They just don't understand why the stock is down. And that's why it works, right? That's why I do this for every person that tunes in. And that's why I answer this question 1,000 times and I'll answer it 1,000 more, is because it matters, right? People need to understand what is happening. And I get that. But it's not, this isn't negative, right? If I owned GameStop right now, I'd like, and I had someone to like leave it to, or if I was worried about my health, I would write it into my will that they weren't allowed to fucking sell at a price below $1 million. No, my floor is not 1 million. I just I mean, if I'm dead, I don't really give a shit, right? The question I'm answering was about like descendants selling. Love you, Greg. Thanks, Stella. How much have they spent to tank us? I think we're getting close to like a little over $4 billion in the last 3 weeks. Thanks, Stefan. I'd much rather make up my insults on the fly, Blueberry. I don't want pre-recorded insults. Just watch for it turning around, Visceral. Especially if you're in weeklies, because you can lose value really quick if it turns the other way. Like it looks bullish right now. It looks like it's testing 115. But if you think it's going to turn back around, this is the next support here at 113, right? So, you want to see if it holds this support, and then if it doesn't, and then at this support, it could dip low, right? It could dip back down to VWAP. So make sure that you're on top of it if you have calls. Like, yeah, play the trend, but also watch it, you know? How do we know how much they have spent? We can see it in the options chain. We know that they're the ones buying the in the money puts, right? Because that's a short position. They're using in the money puts to drive the price down. We know how much they've spent on in the money puts because that information's available to us. Also, where the hell have you been, man? I missed you. You changed your name. Jim's back. How do you figure out a support? You look for the levels at which the price has stagnated. Calling every run up a squeeze is like calling a burning match a forest fire. I mean, I would probably say at this point AMD is maybe squeezing a little, but it only has 8% SI, but shorts may be covering over there. It's possible. It's gone up enough in a short enough period of time that they'd be trying to get out. But I mean, they have if it squeezes, it's like a $10 range, right? Like they can bail out pretty quick as the short interest is not very high. Tesla finally broke. Yeah, I see that. My call option is up. I think I'll be holding most of these overnight so I don't get another GFV account on this account. What's my favorite sandwich? I don't know, but I really want a Philly cheesesteak today, and you can't buy them in New York. It's annoying. I've been craving one for a couple days. Someone brought it up. And I don't want to go to Philly. Like that'd be like my whole night. What do you think of a reversal on LVS? I don't know shit about it. Las Vegas Sands? Oh god. You know what? I had calls on this way back when. I think I had calls on this here. It looks like COVID news is tanking the price. I wouldn't expect it to get better. With Delta variant, that could be really bad for Vegas, right? So I'd stay out of it if you're on the bull side. I'd wait for like a confirmed turnaround and then maybe try to ride it. But there's like the news on that front's only getting worse. New York has a thing called like fuck is it, chopped cheese. They're disgusting. It's like a deconstructed burger on a roll. It's foul. Pastrami on club. I'm just not in the mood for that, you know? Reubens are good, but I don't want all the salt that comes with pastrami today. Someone's GME position is rather large and gaudy. Does that mean they're compensating for something? No, they just like the stock. Patty melt, not the same. Some Philly cheesesteaks are overrated. Shorty's makes a decent cheesesteak. Where the hell are they, Dr. Superb? I'll just Google it. You don't need to tell me. Most important part of the sandwich, bread or fixings? Both. You have to have, they both have to be good. You can't have one shitty thing and then have a good sandwich, right? Like all the ingredients together have to be delicious. Otherwise, you just have a shitty sandwich. Like if half of it, like why would you want that? 30th and Madison? Is this on the Lower East Side? No, I can't eat Jersey Mike's. That shit's awful. No, I don't want that. New York City has the best deli. Yeah, for deli sandwiches, they're amazing. But for Philly cheesesteaks, eh. And so many delis just suck nowadays. Like food in New York has gotten progressively worse over the last 20 years. All the like mom and pop places that were amazing have just either commercialized to keep up with the rent prices or gone out of business under the weight of them. First of all, here's the first thing that grosses me out about a chopped cheese is you shouldn't put iceberg lettuce on anything that's fucking hot ever. That's foul. If you're putting iceberg lettuce on hot food, that's disgusting. It's not fucking cabbage. It immediately wilts. It's just gross. It's separated on the hamburger, right? Why are you putting lettuce on fajitas? Why are you putting lettuce on tacos? Lettuce doesn't go on tacos. There's layers of separation on a burger. I don't like lettuce on burgers, but there are layers of separation from the hot part of the burger to the lettuce. Lettuce does not go on tacos. Not unless you're eating tacos and you live in Michigan. I'm Midwest. We put shredded lettuce on tacos. Yeah. Well, you know. I've had a grilled Caesar salad. Not bad, but also different. Taco Bell is American food. Authentic Mexican food definitely has cheese. They have cheese in Mexico. All kinds of cheese. Cheese on tacos is weird. Damn straight visceral. Taco Bell gives me the puts. Support at 150 caused by retail interest? I mean, haven't you been paying attention to chat? Everyone's been buying more, right? It's also institutional interest. Don't think like there aren't people that won't get in on a good deal on GameStop at an institutional level, right? Because they could buy in like 10,000 shares, 20,000 shares right now. They're not going to kickstart MOASS with that kind of buy-in, right? But they can get themselves into a nice position for very cheap. I do not live in Long Island or on Long Island. I haven't made that kind of Wall Street money yet. Not that I would ever move there. Have you had real tacos al pastor? Yes, I have, and it's phenomenal. Wasn't there cheese in Asian food? Yeah, see, not a lot of cheese in Asia. Although I think it's getting more popular. Mexican here can confirm Mexico has cheese. Yeah. Never had Serbian food. I've had some other Eastern European food, but never. I don't think I've ever had Serbian. Is it all that different, or is it just like fucking cold soup and cabbage? So much cabbage and ground meat. Not my favorite food region, if I didn't make that real clear just now. Burrito tacos. Those are good. But that's totally different. Also, I mean, talk about food comas. I've had no, barbecue. Say queso wakano? Wakaino? I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce it. Craving some goulash. It's more Mediterranean. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've never had it. I've had like Armenian food, Turkish, Greek, diarrhea tacos. What type of food do you dislike the most? Oh, it's tough. I really don't like Burmese food. I don't care how popular it gets. The two times I've been convinced to eat Ethiopian food, it's been pretty bad. I'm not a super big fan of Eastern European food. Oh, I went to like an Icelandic place once and that was pretty foul. I don't know. There was like goat. It wasn't great. It was fucking just like greasy shit smeared on tortillas or something. I did not like it. I don't know anything about their culture or their food, but it was not I did not enjoy the flavors. Thoughts on beets? I'm not like a huge fan. Yeah, Icelandic food was also horrible. Yeah, they're like high in iron, right? I've had pickled beets. Greek food's amazing. I love Greek food. Couldn't reply, but your rant about explaining 1,000 times had me wanting to ride into battle. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that, man. Vegemite's foul. It's disgusting. I don't know how people eat it. Cuban food's pretty good. I like a well-made Cubano. I'll tell you that much. I drew a pickle today already, J Fresh. Why are you spreading pickle fud? I can ask Guybrush Pickle? Only if we MOASS. I had a century egg once. A really good friend of mine gave it, like, got them, and I tried one. It wasn't the worst. Yeah, I wouldn't eat balut. That's the one that's like a fetus. Yeah, no thanks. I think I'm kind of adventurous with with the things I'm willing to try, and I'm not eating that. Well, now you made me order Chipotle. That's just McDonald's. What's the weirdest, grossest thing you've eaten? Um, Shit, that's tough. Oh, I had that like the Korean thing with like the live octopus in LA. That was pretty nasty. They're not alive. They're dead. They just salt them and it's like a nerve reaction to the sodium. But yeah, I'm drinking water. Butter and prosciutto sandwiches are also that's just the prosciutto. So it's just like it's just that. You put it on anything and it tastes good. Can any of these foods ever possibly compare to how good dolphin is? I don't know how good dolphin is. I mean, I've eaten canned tuna, so I probably do. Yeah, the Japanese eat dolphins. I had horse meat, like salami in Italy, and it was pretty good. It's very lean, kind of gamey. Given an opportunity, would you eat gorilla? No, probably not. That doesn't sound very appetizing. I've had frog legs, they're good. I would call that weird though. That's like saying the weirdest thing you've ever eaten is like escargot. Also not that weird, right? Ape, no eat ape. Yeah, I've had bear. It's a bit much. It's very, very fatty. I've had kangaroo before. That was also kind of just lean. It's very similar to like venison, I guess. Would you eat a cloned mammoth? I mean, if they're gonna make more, yeah, I'd try it. Right? It's just like a big cow. I've had duck. Is there any food you love so much you'd let Ben Affleck spoon feed it to you? Eggplant parmesan, but only if I make it. I have to make the food, and then I just eat it myself. I don't need Ben Affleck there. It's just such a chore to make that I don't make it very often. Would you eat the brain of a gorilla? Absolutely not. Looking at the price action today, do you feel like they're already slowly unhedging? Maybe. I'd like to see us get back above VWAP, which we're doing a little bit right now. They put up a pretty big sell wall at 152, so I'd imagine they're getting worried about the price going up. I'm like a little more than half Italian. No, I don't want prions. That's why I don't want to eat a brain. Prions are scary as hell. It's like, this protein, and it's just going to take your proteins and fold them weird, and then you die. Mad Girk disease. I want to try a mantis shrimp. I feel like it probably wouldn't be very good. I feel like there's an upper limit to where shrimp just starts to not taste good. Like really big prawns always just taste off to me. Blackberry? Why are you guys looking at blackberry? Yeah, maybe. Man, people buy the weirdest stocks. We think the downward price action today has something to do with the S&P 600 rebalancing. It might. I mean, it might be a factor. I can assure you that if we have any negative price action, the shorts will attempt to take full advantage of it. There won't be any deer left in the U.S. in 40 years due to some prions. Interesting. Lobster mac and cheese is amazing. If it's done right. Usually the lobster is just super overcooked, though. I've eaten a blackberry. Stop trying to make blackberry happen. Well, it's just like a lot of the like other stocks like Sava and BlackBerry and AMC and BBBY and all of those. It's just like they're complete shit until they're not, right? And then by the time they're not, it's too late for you to be in on them. And then you're just like trying to jump in too late. I'll just stick to GameStop. It might run last, but it'll run the best. BB is the only major microkernel. I mean, they're a good like long-term investment, but you're not going to ask me about a triple bottom if you're like long BlackBerry, right? There won't be any GME shares left in the US in 40 years due to the... Dude, there already aren't any GME shares left. Yeah, I think BlackBerry is probably decent long-term. I think they will keep shorting heavily till GME earning call in a few days after. I don't think they can go more than that. Okay. What's that based on? Just, is that how you feel? Just like a nice feeling, Muhammad? What happened to Hassan? Did he sell his shares? Man, BK hates you if you hate the chopped cheese. It's just nasty. It's like a shitty pizzeria salad on top of a mashed up burger. And then mayo, so much mayo. Ugh. I can't do it. Just thinking about them makes me feel like kind of ill. Raka Taco, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate the membership. Hit me up on the Discord after the stream, and I'll get you added over to the Dillionaires Country Club. For any of you guys that are Dillionaires and not part of the Country Club, please take advantage of it. If nothing else, it's a great place to just talk with other like-minded people. Make sure you hit me up and you're added and part of that. I know some of you just do it to support the channel, and I appreciate that, but don't miss out on that opportunity. You're glowing today. Thanks, Bristo. You too, man. Like-minded people sounds pretty culty to me. Well, you're part of it, Dan Almighty, so we hang out and make fun of the poors. Jesus. I'm not sweating. No, no sweat. My room's like 58 degrees. I'm not sweating. Can we short Hellman's via Unilever if you want to? I wouldn't. With inflation coming in, I'm sure they'll do quite well. I'm only on Long Johnson. I enjoy keeping you at a distance, but other Dans are dillionaires, and in fact, a few Dans are pigeon whales. And so, if you are part of the Dans, then you are also a dillionaire and a pigeon whale. Right? You can't just be part of one cult and not the other, Dan Almighty. That's not how it works. Bias confirmed on Gigi's remarks on SEC's primary focus being GameStop. I'm not sure if you've talked about it. I haven't seen that part of the interview yet, but I'll check it out later. I need to dip, ready to catch my flight. All right, enjoy your vacation, man. Have a good one, cool daddy. I'll buy some cashews for when you get back. Kitty Roar, it's okay. The VOD will be available all weekend long, man. Who do you consider to be the mother of all Dans? Danielle, queen of the Dans. They have a hierarchy established already. Being in a cult is more fun than leading one. I'm not a cult leader. Since you're from New York, you ever play with a fire hydrant like the movies? Yep. They used to break them open on my block when I was little. You gotta wear shoes, though. You can't do that shit barefoot. Not in the city. You get ringworm or something. But the water is clean. It's clean water. Nice way to cool off. It gets hot in the summer in New York. And when I was little, we were poor. We couldn't afford air conditioners. So it was just 90% humidity and 104 degrees out. Yeah, and on that day, believe me, you'll crack open a fire hydrant to cool down. Also, cold showers. Just repeatedly taking cold showers throughout the day. My name is not Marshall Applewhite. That's a weird name. That's like the whitest name I've ever heard. Have you tried TD Ameritrade? Nope. I won't use any TD products. I hate them. After MOASS, accumulating or distributing ETF, I would just like to live without not even looking at my investments. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. I'll just let other people do it. And if they perform poorly, I'll give my money to someone else, right? Why do you hate TD products? It's a long story. Suffice to say that I was not happy with their customer service, and they were unable to retain me. What's your main platform for trading? My main ones are IBKR, Vanguard, and Fidelity. You think I can trust TD during MOASS? I mean, there's some like issues with them and Schwab. But I think for the most part, they're probably safe. Yeah, RSI is super low. You look like a David, Michael, or Cameron. I'm none of the above. How much does IBKR cost a month? I don't know. I think they raised it not that long ago. Your screen looks milky. Adjust the black balance. I don't know how to do that. Yeah, maybe if I just like turn the light up. Is that better? I don't know. I don't have black balance. I don't even know what that is. Diversification, Martin Field. Am I a mod? Is this annoying? Of course it is, Flarp Floop, but that's why you keep doing it, right? You're a Giuseppe? You look like a Steven. Is Tesla coming up? Yeah, it is. Nice. The longer this drags on, the more worried I get that this is going to run into a Tesla situation where shorts cover over time. Think that's a possibility or no? Either way is bullish. I think the short interest is too high, Adam. I think GameStop's very much in a situation where when it goes up, it's going to go like just through the roof, right? Like the Tesla squeeze, there was much lower short interest. It was like 30 to 40% at times. And they kept splitting, so the stock would go up, they'd split, it would go up, they'd split, right? Um, and this allowed it to drag on longer. GameStop, and if it goes up to a certain point, it's just gonna rocket, right? Just because it's the battle of 150 doesn't mean it isn't the battle of 180. That is correct. Kirkonomus von Pickelhausen. I like that. Do you know any ETFs with good dividends? I don't generally buy stocks for their dividends. Um, I have some REITs that pay a dividend, and not it's not really a dividend, but sort of. Oh, I have UWMC solely for the dividend and the fact that I think it's super undervalued, but those are the only two like dividend things I own. I think. Does AMD pay a dividend? No, I don't think so. What's actually interesting me is the volume. It was like 2.5 million volume today. It's picking up. Daily looks great on AMD. One fifth. I enjoyed my free popcorn. How does that work? What do you have to like go show your shares to like someone there? Like why are they encouraging you showing your investment portfolio? Like basically your bank account to random AMC employees? Or do they give you some sort of like do they email you and they're like, "Hey, here's your free tub of popcorn." Yeah, you can make popcorn in your microwave for $1. No, it's an honor system. So just everyone gets free popcorn. Plaid is owned partially by point 72. I don't think that has anything to do with anything. Plaid's used for a lot of stuff. I take my microwave into AMC. I don't own a microwave. I make if I want popcorn, I make it with a pot. It's very easy. You just put popcorn in a pot and then you heat it up and then you have popcorn. I don't like microwaves. I know. Popcorn. I'm not afraid of microwaves. I just see no purpose in owning one. Look, it's kind of like air fryers, right? Like I don't need either of those things in my life. Well, it already tested 115 and you didn't get out. Coup pranks. Still not sure what to do with it. I was gifted an air fryer. Still not sure what to do with it. Throw it in the trash, Carl, where it belongs. Put it in the microwave. There you go. Trades of stocks via telegraph. They're not super ovens. They're just like a tiny convection. My oven has a convection setting. Why the fuck would I buy an air fryer? Air fryers and Instapots and microwaves just make shittier versions of better food, like of food. It's just like a way to like quickly have a shitty version of something that would otherwise be good if you took your time with it. I'd much rather take my time with my food and have something worthwhile than to just like quickly throw shit in like a thing that makes it fast but bad. Rice cookers are definitely an exception. Rice cooker is a good thing to have. Can you tell me how to make good fish for fish and chips without a real fryer in my Brooklyn kitchen? Take a pot, fill it with oil, and heat it up. That's how, Guy Manson. You don't have a fucking stove? Get a different apartment. It's not like a 3D oven. It's like a convection oven. These have been around forever. Do you fry everything in olive oil? No. Olive oil is not like the best frying oil. It's you can use it, but the temperatures are pretty low. Making sure all of us future millionaires will know if our private chefs are good or not. I don't care about the washing machine. It's not relevant. I'm the type of guy that would rather pay someone to wash my clothes than do it myself. Yeah, avocado oil is not bad. But we haven't crossed VWAP. We're just testing it. Do you recommend a good, comfortable sneaker for everyday wear? You act like I've never worked, Sploosh Noonly. I've had jobs. When I was in school, I worked from fucking 10 p.m. till 4 in the morning. Went to sleep for 2 hours. Then went to class till 4 p.m. And I would still fucking cook my food. Did you walk uphill both ways to class? No, just one way, Mr. Diggs. The other way was downhill. Memory foam Skechers. I mean, that's what I have right now. I was a bartender most of the time, server sometimes. Lazy millennial. I know. How complicated of drinks can you make? I mean, like, I worked at a place that was more hipstery, but most of the places I worked at were just bars. Wasn't too fancy. But I know how to make most things. I was a bar attender. What's my favorite drink? It's tough. Best best opinion on whiskey for Manhattan vermouth. I don't know. I don't really enjoy those very much. You make me a gin. Neat is fine. I just want the gin. I do have a favorite gin. I like Hendrix. I know it's more mainstream now, but it's a good gin. It's got a nice flavor. Um, yeah, aviation's pretty good too. I haven't had Monkey 47. Templeton Rye for Manhattans. Might not be bad. So I worked as a bartender, but not a big drinker, interestingly. Someone pointed out in the 13F that Citadel is spreading the short positions out over subsidiaries. We don't have the current Citadel 13F, right? It's not out yet. Why are people looking at March's 13F and like trying to find new shit now? Have you tried a drink called The Last Word? No. Do you believe all vodkas are the same? No, some are cleaner tasting. I mean, like, Grey Goose is definitely better. They're made from different things, too. You have, like, wheat, grape, potato. They're definitely not all the same. Empress Gin and Lavender French 75s. That actually sounds kind of good. How do you get a tomato stain out of plastic containers? Usually putting it in the dishwasher will work because there's bleaching agents in dishwashing detergent. Or just don't buy that kind of plastic container. I think if you use Triton is the like brand name of it. Like Triton containers don't stain. The calls for Pappy Van Winkle were so annoying. Jimmy the 10 billion market cap is honestly so dirt cheap. Probably 100 e-commerce software companies that trade at a way higher multiple for absolutely no reason. Yeah. Yeah, glass containers won't stain either. It's because of the acid, I think, and the I forget the name of this stuff in tomatoes, but lycopene, maybe. Am I making money on Tesla yet? Starting to. Better rip tomorrow. The hell's my Jesus. Theta's gonna murder me. In 2011, I bought 4 bottles of Pappy in one day, a rye, a 20-year, and two 23-year bottles. Let's see, for the 20. Interesting. Are the Brazilian Credit Suisse 150 puts related to recent price action at 150? I don't think so. Given that they're gone, like they've been gone. These like they never showed up in the open interest at 150. Those were from 331. Everyone's still going on about them, and it's just like old shit. They're no longer on the options chain. So hmm. Cool, Eddie. Why are you still playing options on Jimmy? Because I want to. If I can tell me what to do. Baracho Fuerte. It's honestly true, Alex. Philadelphia Grill in Bay Ridge? No. Go to your room. You're grounded for playing options. Lathan Bar is supposed to have a decent Philly cheesesteak. Philly Grill in Bay Ridge. That sounds far away. Yeah, that's like, I'm not going there. That's too far. You buy Jimmy calls or puts. What was the other one on Madison and 30th? What was that place called? Any idea what time Fidelity updates open interest? On Active Trader? I'm not sure. Spurting. It's looking good. It's coming back up. Porchetta sandwich and Dumbo. No. I'm afraid it's going to look more like a 350 double top on the daily. It's a bit too long of a time frame for that. When routing through IX, is that 100% guarantee avoiding dark pools? I mean, yeah, but you're routing like one share through IEX. It's not going to do anything. Shorties. Thank you, Corny John. Daily Bollingers. Yeah, the Bollinger's getting real tight. Do you get the mother of all short attacks tomorrow because the S&P 400? Maybe. Although they've really been trying to push it below this, and I mean, look how flat today is, right? Let's stop doing a morning drop every day. I know you said they can't do it forever. Morning drops daily, though. And we haven't a morning drop every day. Not like that. But yeah, I mean, it runs out. Well, yeah, a little bit. I mean, we've got uh, pressure here, right? Where does the gamma ramp start this week? Let's see if any. It's a little early for a lot of options interest to come in, but it looks like calls are starting to pick up at 160. Uh, Actually, some more at 155 came in. 170 is really the beginning of it. A bunch at 200 have started coming in, so we'll see. It's still a little early. You'll see more of those come in tomorrow and the next day. Well, they make them, rude stamp. That line isn't straight. Is that a triangle? Bullish. I like McKellen. McKellen's good. Moderna running 3 months now. Yeah, that's nice. So go buy some. Tell me about it. I already know. As we level off. Blessed VWAP. I think we'll break through. I always have the intro music ready. Let's see something here. All the volume today was short again. It's gonna be another like high 60, low 70% short day. What correlation is there? I drew a pickle today already, Kyle. He got deleted. He had to go home. He has 43 children, apparently. Well, the lower the price on GameStop, the more attractive it becomes to day traders. So this is an issue you get down below like 180, is that it starts to attract a lot more day traders every day, which is annoying. Does short volume encompass paper hands? No, not the carryover. Pickles is scab. I think hedgies micromanage GME to the point of attacking individual VWAP tests. I don't know. No. At what price can they buy back the float? 0? Pickle time. Touch Butts Financial. $3 million volume, 60% short. If all buying is cover, 20% net short, 600K new shorts today alone, down $6. How the fuck are they ever going to be able to cover anything? They probably won't be able to. They'll probably be broke by the time the covering actually occurs. But that's what the DTCC is for. And the NSCC, and the clearing houses, and then the lenders, and then the Fed. There's plenty of money to be had. Don't worry about that. Your Discord's turning into a cooking chat. Awesome. I hope people are arguing about air fryers. Oof. I noticed I haven't heard anything else about Sava today. I wonder why. Ooh, Home Depot looking better. I need to check those calls. I'm in the money on those. I probably should have gotten out earlier. Oh well. What day are you doing that thing with that guy after hours? Oh, that's Thursday, JC. Thursday with one of these days I'm gonna remember his fucking name. I'll tell you that much. God damn it. Houston Wade. You chuckle like Tom Segura sometimes? I know who he is, I think. He's like a comedian, right? Like a stand-up guy. Shape his name on your monitor. Does power hour alloweth us to ascend above the lady? It doth. Hark! We hath ascended above VWAP. If only ever so slightly. The weeklies I bought today might not add negative. Bullish. That's pretty bullish. I think I'm going to close some of mine. Hopefully they close. You know what? Maybe I just won't sell them. Fuck it. I'm going to do it like after the stream. So 4 p.m., 4:15 p.m. or something. I still have to figure out how to stream with a person. I don't know how to do that. I guess like Zoom or something. And then you just put the window inside the other thing. I thought it'd be cool, you know? It's just like a thing to do, right? I feel like there's a lot of like GME people and they don't get together, and it'd probably be better if they did, considering all those fucking idiots that sell people AMC do it all the time. Google Meet. I do like being right. Uh, um, Houston Wade. $28 in my trading account. Should I buy 4 more shares of Nokia or 4 more shares of Nokia? But who is this Houston Wade? He's like a guy who likes GameStop and talks about it. I guess, and Space Rocks. Yeah, absolutely not, Hills. That's not happening. It's a Harvard grad? That's cool. How come no S&P 400 volume? Why would there be? Disconnected for inactivity.
If Houston loves microwaves and air fryers, could be some cross-stream fireworks. End of day poll. I don't want to because I want it to rip. But then you guys will be all bitchy if I don't put, 147 in. Do you have enough time for that? Yeah. No poll, they depress me. He's a way to YouTuber too. I mean, I suppose I could look it up for myself. I think so. No, I don't know if he's too knowledgeable about like the things I am. But I think he's just like a person in the community. It just seemed like a fun thing to do. Why is there no 800 end of day? Why would I pick 800? Like, if I'm picking an arbitrary number, wouldn't I just pick, like, 420.69? This is the textbook TA sneaky snack pattern. He likes cars. Okay. Don't say things like outdoorsy to me. No, long dancing. He doesn't hate AMC like you do. See Santos coming in with the buys. I can use credit from shorting Jimmy to buy on reverse repos, correct? What? No. It's not profitable from a content producer perspective to openly hate AMC. That's why I like Pi-Fi. Pi-Fi doesn't give a fuck. I don't, Deadwood. I don't. I know that if I talked about AMC, that I would have way more viewers and subscribers, right? Because I actually know about stocks as opposed to the other guys who do AMC commentary. But
But no, I fuck that. I don't want their shilly YouTube money. Yeah, the pigeon whales are single-handedly keeping me from talking about AMC. It would also help if you didn't call me a loser for owning a TV and a microwave. I didn't call you a loser. I just said it was an odd choice. I find it weird to own those things. How bad does AMC get wrecked after earnings call coming up? Pretty bad, right? Like they're definitely not surviving a second lockdown. I'll tell you that fucking much. When's the earnings for AMC? I don't know, but they're not going to be good. Well, they'll be better than this quarter last year. August 9th. I just use my microwave to make fried rice just to spite you. You're spiting yourself. I've cooked steak in my toaster. Oh man, I'd hate to try to clean that up. I've never liked microwaves. What's that expression? Cutting off your nose to spite your face. That's what you've done. Not another Dan. I hope you enjoy your quote unquote fried rice. I don't care what David Chang says. Momofuku is a good restaurant, but like, he's a total sellout. He's also like annoyingly pompous. Spurt coming down. That's fine. That's not really. It's just coming back down to VWAP. My 5 shares of MVIS at 21 aren't looking so good these days. I mean, I love a good pepperoni hot pocket, especially the croissant crust one, but you got to cook it in the oven. In for 175 yesterday, out for 150 today. Right about at that turn down from 114. Nice, dude. I know a lot of you guys are like, I've gotten DMs from people that have absolutely killed it on AMD this last week. And a couple of people that really hit the ball out of the park on Tesla too. So I'm glad. I hope you guys buy more GameStop. It's a great stock. If you don't, you don't. But pepperoni hot pocket is butt touching. It is. It's a Hot Pockets have won awards, I'll have you know. Aren't the contracts mostly at 150 or around 150? For what? She told those people to DM me for non-financial advice? No. Hot Pockets just remind me of being like 13. Like I never buy them. Uh but sometimes I want one. I don't think Hot Pockets have ever made me like sick to my stomach or anything. You never responded to my DM on hanging out next time I'm in New York City? When did you DM me that, JFresh? Bagel bites are awful. It's like ketchup on like it's not even a bagel. It's just ketchup on like a little piece of like crusty white bread. Pizza rolls are garbage. Whatever that shit they're wrapped in is disgusting. Hot Pockets are phenomenal. So get your facts straight. I black lock. Because they're all over the place. You creepy stalkers. Bruce probably does love bagel bites. Friendship ended with pickle. How are we feeling about? I've never had a lean pocket. Are you kidding me? Unfollowed. You disgrace the bagel bites. This is bagel bite FUD. All right, get the fuck out of here, man. I don't like you anyway. I hope you unfollowed and unsubscribed and smash that like button as the stream hits you in the ass on the way out. Or dislike button. Did I say dislike? Dislike button. Yeah. Who owns Hot Pocket? Is it Nestle? Nestle owns everything. Man, your marketing team must love you doing this. Nestle. Oh wait, Stouffer French bread pizzas. That was another thing that I would get when I was little. And those like $1 for 8 like bean and cheese burrito packages. Yep, Red Baron's pizzas. How about a bagel bite hot pocket poll? I'm not leaving these kind of decisions up to the masses. Jim Gaffigan's hot pockets jokes are all I can think of. I was poor when I was a teenager. I couldn't afford actual food. It's just like pre-made. Hot Pockets are always on sale. There's a good rule for you about being poor. Like no matter what, you can buy hot. They used to be like $1 a box when I was a little kid. Gino's pizzas, yeah, I'd get those too. So when I was little, like we would go to the store and like if I wanted like awful frozen food shit, I would have to just buy whatever was on sale. And so it would be like one of those three things every week. One of those three would be on sale. They actually didn't used to when I was little, they weren't made by Nestle. I think Nestle bought them later on. There was also this thing from England that I remember from when I was little. It was like a turkey ball, and those were phenomenal too. How much does a cheese pizza pie go for New York City this days? Depends on where you go. Like 18 to 25 bucks. Definitely not as cheap as they used to be, but still pretty affordable. Probably mini chicken Kievs. It might have been. I don't remember what they were, but they were amazing. They might have been. It was like a little like meatball full of stuff. No, it wasn't Scotch eggs. They sold them in like bags at like Sainsbury's or something, and I would get them when I was a little kid. Thoughts on turkey legs? I don't like turkey that much. I remember them mini chicken Kievs with cheese sauce. That must be what they were. They don't make them anymore though. That sucks. Chocolate from other countries actually tastes that much different from American chocolate. Um, I would say it's definitely not as like milk chocolate as American chocolate. Like, there's definitely more cocoa flavor. You grew up in merry old England? No, but I lived there when I was a kid for a while. Those chicken Kievs are great. They were so good. I just remember them being like the best thing that I'd tasted in the whole country. That and steak and kidney pie. Oh man, I could just eat steak and kidney pie all day. And those little pizzas they have at pubs. I liked those too. Except when they put fucking corn on them. I've had a Toblerone. They're good. Not bad. How are you super poor at an international jet setter? I wasn't. My mom ran a business and she had to go there for a while. And so we lived there. Still super poor though. Euro poor. I lived in well, we stayed with someone my I guess my mom knew in Sussex for a while. And then after that we lived in London. That's what I was talking about. Disgruntled pug, I think. Or they were like chicken Kievs or something. I don't know. They were like little meatballs. I never had a hot pocket in England. I wasn't a military brat though. I didn't. My parents weren't in the military. Big call numbers coming in. No, they're just setting up the ramp. We might rip. Who knows? Yeah, just a normal brat, no military affiliation. Was it May 26th for the Hopium video? What do you mean, Ollie? Poke the chart? It's just doing what it's doing, man. Are you gonna donate your hair? Yeah, I looked into that and it seems inconvenient. Even less convenient for the hairless. Possibly. Though there's not very many places around me that do it. And the ones that do are like kind of booked out. It's like quite a long wait. Although I haven't gotten my hair cut in a while, so and I've been meaning to. So maybe the wait's not that bad, but There's a bat sleeping on my office window today. If there's a bat outside in the daytime, it probably has rabies. No great clips in New York City, just walk right in. I don't know, but you probably couldn't pay me to get my haircut at a place called Great Clips. Quick, someone start a perm fund? No. No, my eyelashes will not be donated. They're perfect. They're lustrous and long. Yeah, all they're doing is making it cheaper for us. Didn't we rip last time you had a perm? No, we've been down ever since the perm. I got the perm. It robbed all the volume from the stock, and we did nothing but dip ever since. How we doing today? I'm doing all right, Maverick B. Yeah, and now with everyone getting fucking COVID again, I'm probably just gonna have to cut my own hair in my bathroom. That's because you didn't do the frosted tips. You ever eat Afghan food? No, I haven't. When did you buy 5 more shares? Yesterday? So somebody told me that market orders weren't going through on GameStop, so I bought one, and then I had 47, so I bought 3 more. True or false? You have jars of your fingernails stored in your false. Why would I save fingernails? That's weird. You have less shares than I thought you did? I have far more than you know. Hey, Kirk, my market order isn't good. Fuck you, Jay Fresh. If you're crazy enough to cut your own hair, then you're crazy enough to store fingernail clippings. I mean, I don't like the idea of cutting my own hair, but maybe we'll just keep growing it out. Here comes the vroom. Ready or not. So I was getting a bunch of people reached out to me last night and were saying that they were unable to get market orders filled, or they were taking like 10, 20, 30 minutes to fill a market order in Europe. Which is interesting because that happened before our run up in June. Um, back because I was streaming back then, people were telling me about that back then. I don't think so. It's too many people for it to be trolls. I'm in the US and that was on Fidelity. Interesting. What would cause that? Illiquidity. Illiquidity, the market maker not being willing to create a fake share, like a synthetic. It wasn't, I mean, it wasn't a ton, but it was an unusual number. I'm not saying it means anything. Volume's picking up. Interesting. Really, MACD, bullish AF. Interesting. What's happening here? We're right into that buy wall. Or sell wall. It's a 10,000 share sell wall. That's impressive. It was a big fat boy. Oh, someone just bought a chunk out of it. Fry meme. Southern Monkey, thank you so much for upgrading to Dillionaire, man. I appreciate the support. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added over to the Dillionaires Country Club, man. Even more impressive is yeeting your way through it. Your title is starting to become redeemed. I don't need to redeem myself to you, multi-blues. $149.69 end of day. Maybe. Hope you're hoping to get out of that Tesla call or taking a hit on the theta end of tomorrow. I'm holding it overnight. What did Bluebird hedge fund Alpha Dine ass lost 1.5 billion this year's short squeezes. Probably bad bets on rising interest rates. Interesting. The end of day poll's already up. This is exactly what we were talking about yesterday when it went down and hit 50. It's fear, and now we're up to 151 and people are happy. I know. It's crazy to me, but it's whatever. Lost their ass. S&P 500, 400 has to be bought in before market opens tomorrow. So then we'll rip. Yeah, I'm holding all my calls through tomorrow. There we go. See, guys, it's okay. Now we're at 152. It's all better. I feel like that's the longest Johnson I've seen on GameStop in a while. And they just blew through that 10,000 share sell wall. 55,000 volume. Oh, this is going to be exciting. We're going to halt. I want to halt. I haven't halted in a long time. Was that 2,000 shares? No. No, we don't want to halt right now. There's less than 15 minutes left. It would halt through close if that happened. We want it to run up exactly 10%. Oh, this is so cool. Oversold. Are you talking about the 1 minute RSI? That's irrelevant. Play the intro. I like this. Play this. Fine. I'll play the song. All right. All right. Calm down. Ugh. Clip it for super stunk. This isn't MOASS. Chill out. Or maybe it is. I don't know. I guess it's a possibility. It is fucking straight up, though. Jesus, we might actually halt. Is my stream title true enough for you fucking shills out there? I hope everybody who's being a bitch this morning sold, and then I hope you guys bought their shares. Where's Randy? I want those shares. 9, 10, 205 is up $100. Should I sell? I don't know. What's this red bullshit? Get out of here. Is now a good time to ask what the heck VWAP is? No, you picked the worst possible time. Thanks for the donation, Baj. Oh, look at him struggling. Struggling to hold 157. It's not going to happen. Bullish. Yep, just more up. That's what I like to see. Been watching every other stock rip for the last 2 weeks, except my beloved GME. Is there a gamma wrap nearby? We're getting real fucking close to it. $10 more though. Come on, Vlad, redeem yourself. It could be. Q Blackbird. Let the boy watch. Mm, 750,000 about. I mean, not all of those were like buy side, but that's what's been traded over the last 10 minutes. Not dramatic enough. There's a 2200 sell wall. It's not 22,000. It's flat. Will sell walls matter? No. The Pickle Union is ecstatic over your decision to bring Stefan on screen at this monumental moment. Well, as always, praise you up. Thank you, Pickle Union President. Maybe we can work together for the benefit of all pickles. Slips envelope gently towards. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, I put a bunch of bulls on the screen. I don't know. Damn, GME volume coming in hot. A million volume in 10 minutes. What do you think? Oh, guys, the stock's dead. It's over. Lies. Fucking bullshit. Bullshit and lies. Oh, they're trying to bring our precious stock. Stop trying to kill my boy. What do you make of this, Girk? It's just doing GameStop things. Whoa. Damn. The fuck are they getting all these shares from? Oh, they're fighting so hard. Holy shit. This is fucking nuts. Good to know, Leo Berto. What you're saying, nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Bull trap. They shorted 500,000 shares. That's how. Holy fuck. Yeah, it's totally normal. Perfectly normal stock guy. Nothing to see here. Oh, look, it's okay. The candle's gone. What the fuck? Ding, ding. That was odd. Huh. After MOASS, can we have a Philly cheesesteak party? Sure, man. No, not a liquidity test. That was weird. All right. Well, anyway. Closing the day at 152.75. That's the kind of shit I'm talking about. I like to see that my stock has a heartbeat once in a while. All right, cool. All right. You guys all have a wonderful night. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Thank you all. Later.